RJ2 Connect Ultra Sportsman category. It is Mantez Thompson Jr. holding the early pole. Mantez posted a 6:07 last night. He is followed closely by John Markham with a 6:08. And rounding out the top three is Stanley Russell with a 6:13. Plenty of room left to improve. Definitely that category has a wide open spot for a new #1 rider. I'm sure those three guys right there are looking to improve on their game as well. Once again, Ultra Sportsman lane #4. They're going to be first on the racetrack, and then behind that we'll have MTC Engineering Super Comp. And in MTC Engineering Super Comp, category is paced by second-generation racer Santi Rodriguez Jr. His 5.62 with a 2, currently holding serve over the field. Alan Fields, #2 with a 5.62.7. And Taylor Harper rounds out the top three, his 5.62.7, 1/10,000th of a second difference between him and second place rider. Not as much room to improve there, but still room to improve. Look for some shuffling of that field. And in Top Gas, Schwartz Law Group Top Gas. Unfortunately, I believe that door has closed. The X-Man, Mr. Smith, bike number X153, laid down a 5.10 with a 0. It does have a 4, way over there in the 10,000s box, so technically there is a very small window open, but it definitely appears he's grabbed that pole position. He's got the long right on his heels with a 5.11. And Uncle Joe Procopio, newly crowned champion, the XDA Top Sportsman ranks. Joe rounding out the top three, his 5.14 with a 0, puts him third. Ultra Sportsman lane 4, Super Comp lane 5, and Top Gas lane 6, please.
All right, it appears everything is in tip-top shape, so it'll be Ultra Sportsman directly heading to the puddle for their second round of 3 qualifying. J2 Connect Ultra Sportsman, a 6 flat fixed index here across the 8th mile. Currently got Montez Thompson Jr., rider extraordinaire, at the top of the field. Montez swings a leg over a lot of different machines. He has tremendous versatility out there and has established himself as one of the best riders in the Sportsman ranks. Hard-working guys from Hollywood Drag Racing Productions out there working the cameras as well. Getting all of the footage for the live feed, which can be found at HollywoodDragRacing.com. Click on the live feed link and you'll get the action brought right to you. And there they go. Dana Delk on the very unique Honda CB1100F drag bike in the left lane. Dana coming out of South Carolina. And Greg Crawford, right lane. Greg on a second-gen Busa street bike, much more traditional entry in this category. Dana, with problems, may have to back it off. Carefully moving it in. Log off the starting line. You can see what he's got a 7 flat under his belt, and he improves that dramatically to a 6:35. Still a bit off pace, but he'll take it. It's an improvement. Dana Delk's machine having to be pushed off. And the aforementioned Montez Thompson Jr., who holds the pole position so far. He's going to be in the left side. And CJ Mims, right side. Mims did not make a pass last night. So this will be CJ's first attempt. Montez, a 6:07 under his belt. Dad out there lining them up. Trouble. Montez just a bit too quick, 597, no improvement, but he still retains the pole. That is a legal qualifier for CJ Mims, so he is now part of the field. Slow roller, but it looks like he will make the top end. Next up, bike number 1028. Johnson, left lane. And another second generation racer right here in the right lane. And coming out of the Samish family. Johnson had a too quick 595 last night, and he schools him on the tree. 591 for Samich, it's too quick. But it is a qualifier. Johnson does actually improve with that 656. That is an improvement for him rather than a breaking out. Next pair up, Chris Rolls and Don Horta. This could be any Saturday night at Braden and Dragstrip. Horta and Rolls. Couple barrier riders right there. Oh, 609 for Horta, good pass. He had previously gone too quick. And 644 for Rolls. That is not an improvement. Big bad Barry Purnell, crew chief to the stars in the left lane. Barry can do it all. North Carolina runner. He's facing John Markham. Markham provisionally in the second spot with last night's 608, and he's looking to improve. Barry Purnell was one of those guys that went too quick, and he's looking to get on the right side of it. Markham takes him to school on the tree. 606, a slight improvement, puts him on the pole. 594, still too quick for Barry. Actually a little bit quicker than he went the last time, so he does not improve. .726 in that left lane. Gets him on the sheet. So, I believe that ends our Second round of qualifying here in J Squared Connect Ultra Sportsman. And we got a shift at the top. Markham, who was second, moves into the number 1 spot, is 606, besting the 607 that Mantez had laid down last night. Mantez unable to improve. So it is now Markham and then Mantez Thompson. Five-minute courtesy hold in effect for those riders entered in multi-categories. But next on the racetrack will be MTC Engineering Super Comp. We move it to a 560 fixed index. MTC Engineering Super Comp will be next on the racetrack, and then that makes the Schwartz Law Group Top Gas riders on deck. right, and here we go. This is MTC Engineering Super Comp. Keith Drennan, left side. And defending national champion Santi Rodriguez Jr. He's on his Fix-It Tech sponsored Kawasaki. Santi, 560 with a 2. Takes over the new pole. 563 for Drennan, outstanding run. Next pair up, we got Slim, Larry Bradley. Left side on his Kawasaki. Stacy Smith out of Georgia, right side, Hayabusa. Oh, Bradley just too quick. Larry Bradley just too quick, does not improve. That will not help him. And the 593 out of Stacy Smith does not improve. Next pair up, bike 343X. That's Carson Fields. Harvey Hubbard in the right lane. .548, too quick. 564 for Hubbard. Good looking pass for Hubbard. And that does improve him. Up, that's Dwayne Schmidt Jr. left side and Eric Yost in the right lane. 560 with a 1. Yost is now at the top of the heap. 5601 for Eric Yost. Dwayne Schmidt Jr.'s 569. That is an improvement. Michael Smith left side and another Eosis, maybe second generation right here. You saw the pole go. Look at that, 561 and a 558. Smith too quick. Yost. Also improving there. Outstanding job. Just a bit too quick for Michael Smith. Who has been doing that. Next up, Bernard Gilbert, right lane. And Randy Smith, left side. Randy, trouble last night with the clutch. Let's see if he's got it fixed up. Puts it on the wood. Yep. The veterans got it fixed up. 5:52, too quick. 5:64 for Gilbert. That is actually an improvement. Gilbert improves. He was a breakout victim last night. Smith's 5:52 is too quick. To make adjustment on that. Scotty DeLong, left side. Right lane is gonna be John Loney. DeLong, one of those many breakout guys last night with the outstanding conditions. See if the adjustments have been made. They sure have been in the Yost pit area because they are all over that 560, both bikes. Too quick and too quick. 5:56 for Loney and a 5:58 for DeLong. DeLong actually a slight improvement. He was quicker than that last night. So he is moving in the right direction. Dave Young moving into the puddle, and we got Mr. Joyce in the left lane. And bike number 84, left side. That's CJ Mims. Good looking pair right here. Too quick for Mims. 5:72 for Joyce. That does improve him. He was way too quick before. That's a good pass for Mr. Joyce getting in there on the other side of it. He does improve markedly. Dave Young next up in the left lane and right lane. Bike number 126, Mr. Skurlock. Dave Young held the hot hand last night, took home all the dough. Oh, bike was not in gear. It sounds like trouble in the right lane. 5:57 for Young is too quick. And he does take off and get a legal run under his belt. John Markham next up. He's in the right lane, and Cedric Mingo left lane. Getting down to the short rows here in MTC Engineering Super Comp. Top gas, you're on standby, and it's not too early to start calling the pros to the lanes. Fast by Gas, Pro Mod, Fast by Gas, Pro Mod. Gonna need you guys to your lane. Robinson Industries Pro Open can start to bring them to the lanes. Currently 563 under his belt. Cedric Mingo, he had a 580. Markham another 563. Very slight improvement for him. Cedric Mingo, no improvement, 589. And it looks like the last bike in the MTC Engineering Super Comp category will be Rylan Rowe. Rylan coming down from Kentucky, bike number 719, a beautiful ZX14. Rylan competing for a championship here in Super Comp. His brother Rashad doing the same in Top Gas. Rylan 7 had a troubled pass earlier, and he improves markedly. 561. That will move him well up the sheet. But it does appear that Eric Yost has garnered the top spot by about 1,000 from Santi Rodriguez Jr. And we're now on 5-minute courtesy hold for those multi-entered riders. We'll be back in action at 10:21 for you. Eric Yost, 560 with a 1 at the top. Santi Rodriguez Jr., 560 with a 2. And Eric Yost again, 561 with a 0. Rylan Rowe, 561 with a 1. Those make up your top 4. The MTC Engineering Super Comp field has just tightened up immensely. And we're moving into Schwartz Law Group Top Gas, 510 fixed index. And Mr. Chris Smith, the X-Man, dominated him last night. He's got a 510 with a 0 under his belt. It's about all over but the crying for the pole in Schwartz Law Group Top Gas. But that's why we race him on the racetrack. 2 more rounds to get a final decision on that. Scott DeLong right behind him with a 511. Joe Procopio, 514. First pair out in Schwartz Law Group Top Gas will be your defending national champion, Heather Baldy. Heather coming over from Missouri. She took it to all of the boys and girls last year in the category, and she is your #1 plate holder. Rich Holder from Jacksonville, Florida. Rich was not in last night. Do not believe he made a legal run. So, we'll see what Mr. Holder has in store. Heather had an off-pace 6:15 last night, so she will definitely look to improve. Holder, unique entry on the right side, small tire. He's going to be hoping that the racetrack will hold that power for him. Suzuki Power, GS air-cooled power under the belt for Rich Holder. Been doing it a very long time. Knows how to get one of these Suzukis down the racetrack. Just a bit tricky matching the power level to that smaller tire off the line. Heather Baldy, much more conventional, push button start, Hayabusa powered, fuel injected Hayabusa power plant. Car tire, slick and bar, left side. There they go, Rich out of there. It's gonna be a good pass for him. Little too good, 509 for Holder. That is just a bit too quick. Heather, too quick as well, will not improve. She goes 5:05. The conditions out there outstanding here in South Carolina at the 190hookup.com Nationals, and the Darlington Dragway surface giving it up. Outstanding times coming our way. Mantez Thompson Jr. left side. Mr. Johnson, bike number 2410 in the right lane. Johnson went a 7:13 last night. He's definitely looking to improve. Mantez as well. He was off pace. He's normally right on all over the number. He was a bit off pace, so his turbocharged entry look to improve. Might be having a little bit of trouble getting the bike into the proper gear on the start line. Right lane. Mantez very patiently waiting. They're in pre-stage. It's gonna be a race. Starting line rev limiters enabled. Right lane does not move. Montez, good looking pass. Too quick, 5:05. No improvement. Just like the champ, he also goes a 5:05. Outstanding performance happening here due to the great conditions and this great racing surface. Next pair up will be Scott DeLong in the right lane. He has a 5:11 to his name from last night. Rashad Rowe. Not on the sheet yet. Getting that bike number 2410 pushed off, and they will take and get a look at that in the pit area, see what's ailing it, try to rectify it. Oh, big Rodney Gant. Big Rodney stepping up. That is not Scott DeLong in the right lane. That's Rodney Gant coming out of South Carolina. Rodney Gant, longtime runner in the MTC Engineering Super Comp category, has stepped it up to Schwartz Law Group Top Gas. Looking for that magic 510 with a whole bunch of zeros. Oh, Rowe trees him, fools him on that tree. Rowe way too quick, 5:03. Way too quick, but got his bike working, something to work with. And Rodney, like he's still in Super Comp, he goes a 5:60, right on the number. Rodney Gant, 5:60. He's going to need to improve on that performance to make some hay in this category. Scotty DeLong will be next up in the All right, and that is Mr. X. That's Chris Smith in the right-hand lane, and that is your provisional and most likely number one qualifier. Is 5:10 with a 0 and then a 4. Leaves very little room to improve, and Scott DeLong, currently holding the number 2 qualifying spot, is in the left-hand lane. He went a 5:11 last night. DeLong 5:08 does not improve. Smith a 5:16, no improvement off his previous 5:10. Sean Wheeler next up, right side, your defending national champion in Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460. He's rolled out his Top Gas bike too. He hasn't had enough, and we got Mr. Jones over in the left lane. George Jones. Deshawn and Jones both with outstanding runs. Jones, 5:14. That will put him on the board for sure. And Deshawn, even better as that, 5:12 with a 9. That's going to move him right up provisionally to number 3. Pro Mod bikes, Fast by Gas Pro Mod entries. I need you to lane 3. Fast by Gas Pro Mod, lane 3. Robinson Industries Pro Open, lane 4. And Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460 to lane number 5. Pro categories will be next on the racetrack behind the conclusion of Schwartz Law Group Top Gas action. Joe Procopio down in the lanes. And that looks like he's going to have a single. .2410, let's get it in the puddle. Let's move it. All right, it does look like it'll be Joe Procopio in the puddle. 24:10, you'll be right behind him. Procopio with a great 5:14 on last night's session. He's looking to improve, and he's capable of grabbing it. Fast by Gas Pro Mod, lane 3. Robinson Industries Pro Open, lane 4. And Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460 to lane number 5. Joe turns it red, a little too quick on the tree, but he goes a 5:13. That actually does improve him slightly. Joe Procopio chipping away at that index, 100th at a time. Transmission trouble plaguing this entry. They need to get that machine fixed up. Unfortunately, that will put a wrap on this round of Schwartz Law Group Top Gas action. And without much of a surprise, Chris Smith, the X-Man, bike number X153, holds the pole with his previous 5:10 with a 0. And we're going to go into a quick break for some track maintenance. The equipment is moving out of the racetrack, a drag and spray. And when we come back, it'll be Fast by Gas Pro Mod, followed up by Robinson Industries Pro Open, and then Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460 here at the 190hookup.com Nationals. Beautiful, gorgeous day here in South Carolina. 69 degrees out without a cloud in the sky right now. Outstanding atmospheric conditions. Probably have less than 1,200 feet of air out there. These bikes are flying. All right. The racetrack maintenance and preparation is complete. We're going to go into Fast by Gas Pro Mod. Last night, the only taker on that was Gerald Smith. Georgia runner laid down a very nice pass in the 420 range to kick things off. Smooth and straight. And he's promised us more for this morning. Well, it looks like it is going to be Robinson Industries Pro Open in the puddle, and that's Rob Giard. Turbocharged Kawasaki machine. He had trouble last night, but let's see if he can get it right. It looks like, unfortunately, Smitty with Black Ops is pushing off. Found something awry with the machine before they even made it to the puddle. Fortunate turn of events right there. Blazes the tire off the start line. That was just a little too hot to take it, and he wisely clicks it early. 1370 at 25 mile per hour. He may not make the turnoff on that machine. We may need crew down there. Sounds as if he may still be under power. And we're going to switch gears into Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460. And here we go. Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460 action. And first up is Tyrone Lemons. Tyrone Lemons out of Atlanta, Georgia. Wondering if two of his biggest fans are tuning in here to the Manufacturers Cup live feed, and that would be Robert and Elijah Jackson. Missing my two little men up here in the tower. If you guys are tuned in, good to hear. Tyrone Lemons left side, Lowry Callahan in the left lane. Excuse me, right lane for Lowry on his Kawasaki, and Tyrone jumps on that tree. 470 for Lemons and a 475 for Lowry Callahan. Couple passes to the good. Next pair up will be Big Mike O and Scotty Samish. Scotty also on a Kawasaki. See who's got the better measure of this pair. .452, markedly too quick for Samish. And Mike goes a 461. Good looking pass in the right lane. Both passes look good, but Samish too quick. Mike Wagner will be next up in the left lane. He's got nobody in the right lane. Mike Wagner. 466. Another really good looking pass right there. Wagner 466, 153. ET Riders, I do need you to your respective lanes. We'll start that out with V-Twin ET. You'll be behind the pros. V-Twin ET, V-Twin ET, and then Street ET. V-Twin, you're out of lane 4. Street ET out of lane 5. And Hard Times Parts and Service, Pro ET out of lane number 6, please. ET Riders, let's get them to the lanes. You'll be next up after Pro 460 Ultra. Ronnie Procopio right lane and Robbie Honeycutt left lane. This is a scene that's played out over the last 35 years on any drag strip. 472 for Honeycutt. Procopio 461 with a 5 at a booming 157 on the mile-per-hour clock. Robbie Honeycutt all over the tree, but a 472 at 149. He's going to have to pick that pace up. Looks like we're going to have Mike Tien in the left lane. Mike Tien, left lane. Mike Tien coming out of the Rob Bush Motorsports stable. Mike, a longtime runner and very, very familiar, intimately familiar with this Darlington racetrack. Really, really glad to see him back here in an upright position after a scary crash a couple years ago on another machine. But Mike Tien, due to his safety equipment, here to race another day. Tien, Hayabusa Power. And Tien a bit too quick, 458 at 150 mile per hour, 458. Just a bit too quick at 150 mile per hour. Heather Baldy. Heather Baldy in the left lane. She's making, I believe this is her 460 debut. I believe this is her debut in 460 category. She is our reigning national champion in the Schwartz Law Group Top Gas category. Alan Fields in the right lane. Alan has been all over the number. Double 09 on the tree. Something sounds like it's going away there, and it appears to be the machine of Alan Fields. Smoke on the top end. We're going to have to check that out. Definitely sounded sour up top. He goes a 473. He was loaded on the tree. 009 on the tree. Heather Baldy, 2,000ths too quick. 459 with an 8. She is there in a big way all over the number, but too quick on that pass. So they'll come back, tweak the knobs, and make the necessary adjustments, try to get her on the right side of that 460 index out here in this outstanding field of 460 bikes, the 190hookup.com Nationals. So we're down for just a moment as we inspect the racing surface. When we do come back, Joe Procopio will be in the left lane. Once again, I do need my ET riders. ET riders, all three categories to your respective lanes. You'll be next on the racetrack for a time run. V-Twin ET coming out of lane number 3. Voodoo Customs Street ET. Excuse me. Lane number 4 for V-Twin, lane 4. And then Voodoo Custom Street ET is in lane 5. And Hard Times Parts and Service, Pro ET, lane 6. You guys will be the next 3 categories on the track as soon as we finish with the Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460. All right, word from the top end is that the racetrack is now clear. Hopefully Alan Fields will be able to repair his machine and continue on in qualifying and eliminations to be held later on today. But in the meantime, it's Joe Procopio, and this will be a single run left lane. Single run in the left lane. Joe Procopio. Joe's already got an outstanding 462 to his credit. But as always, every competitor is looking to improve. And improve he did, but too much. 455 at 154 mile per hour. Too quick for Joe Procopio, will not benefit him. And Harvey Hubbard next up in the right lane with Morris Ball in the left lane. Hubbard, 461 last night, looking good. Morris Ball, he laid down a 468. He's got a little bit more room to improve, and that bike usually is all over the 460 index. Both riders moving in. Hubbard's in, so is Ball. Uh-oh, trouble in the left lane. Hubbard, 460 with a 9. Harvey Hubbard does actually improve. Amazingly, Harvey Hubbard picks it up. Nice pass for Harvey Hubbard. That's going to put him up into the upper ranks of the category at this point. We do still have some more machines to go. To check on the Ball machine. Slow roller still on the racing surface, but looks like he'll be getting off under his own power, we hope. Still in the left lane, but making the turn over and off the racing surface. So we are clear. Jeff Jones, Tennessee runner, left lane. And your defending national champion, Deshaun Wheeler. Wheeler is in the right lane. Deshaun knocked them all around last year. Took home the hardware when all the smoke cleared at the Fuel Tech World Finals. He was at the top of the heap for the points. Wheeler coming out of Kentucky. Jeff Jones out of Tennessee. Drag race right here, and Jeff Jones, 460 with a 1. That puts him at the top of the heap, 4601. Jeff Jones. Deshaun Wheeler right behind him with a 462. Deshaun, he was too quick last night. He moves up dramatically in the field. But Jeff Jones, 460 with a 2. Outstanding. Wade Cherry. Wade out of North Carolina. Left side, and Michael Murphy out of Tennessee in the right lane. ET riders, I do need you to the lanes, please. All ET riders, all categories. I need V-Twin to 4, Street ET to 5, and Pro ET to 6. $461 flat for Michael Murphy
Outstanding pass. A little something awry for Wade. He musters a 4.96 at 139. But Michael Murphy hitting the number. Barry Harvey on the turbo machine in the left lane. That's going to be Smokin' Joe Rodney. Smokin' Joe. I do not believe he made a pass last night. So, Joe Rodney in the house. Barry Harvey had a off-pace 11-second run last night. He is definitely looking to improve on his turbocharged Kawasaki entry. Troubles with both machines off of the starting line. And actually, Harvey's 697 improves him, and the 676 for Smokin' Joe does put him on the sheet. So, strange as it was, they both got down the racetrack. Rashad Jones out of Mississippi, left side. And this is Micah Wheeler Jr. out of Kentucky in the right lane. Both are in, and both are gone. Rashad, 458. A breakout for Rashad Jones, 149 mile per hour, and a 470 for Micah Wheeler Jr. That is no improvement. Micah had a 465 last night, so he does not improve. Rock Sanders also getting in the overnight hours, so this will be his first attempt. Rock Sanders. Rock, an outstanding pass right off the trailer, goes 462 at 157. Rock Sanders not missing a beat out there. All right, so Mercedes-Benz of Buckhead V-Twin, you guys and gals will be next on the racetrack for a time run. We'll follow that up with Voodoo Custom Street ET and complete it with our Hard Times Parts and Service Pro ET.
After the ET time runs, we will kick it back to Sportsman for their final qualifying attempt. And that will set the fields in all three of our Sportsman categories for the eliminations to come on later this afternoon and into the evening, where we will crown the champions of the 190hookup.com Nationals here at Darlington Dragway. And after two, here in Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460, Jeff Jones at the top of the hill with a 460 with a 1. Jeff Jones not missing a beat. Are a holder of a Saturday Tune and Test sticker. There is a Saturday Tune and Test sticker available. Please present them to Lane 7, and we will mix you in between the categories on our 5-minute courtesy hold between the ET categories. So, for those riders who have already purchased a Saturday Tune and Test card, Lane 7 is open for you. And if you are a rider that wants additional track time, riders in all categories, that is open to you. You must go by registration and purchase a Saturday Tune and Test card. At that time, Lane 7 will be open to you as well. We will mix you in as time allows between categories. And the unmistakable rumble of the V-Twins. They're next up on the racetrack. It'll be V-Twin, followed by Street ET, and then Pro ET. So those ET riders, you're next up. And there will be a 5-minute courtesy hold between categories. Looks like we've got Larry Berger rolling out in the left lane. And that is going to be All right, we're about ready to move out the Voodoo Custom Street ET riders to the ready lane. 5-minute courtesy hold is about to expire. Pro ET, you'll be on deck behind them. And Sportsman riders, you'll be up after the ET. Classes for your final qualifying attempt. All right, and we are through Voodoo Custom Street ET time run. We will be moving shortly into Hard Times Parts and Service Pro ET. So my Sportsman riders, you'll be next up after Pro ET. Lane 4 is now open for J Squared Ultra Sportsman. Lane 4 is now open for J Squared Ultra Sportsman. right, and here comes Hard Times Parts and Service Pro ET at you for their time run. I do need my J Squared Ultra Sportsman riders. I need Ultra Sportsman to lane 4, please. You'll be next on the racetrack. Ultra Sportsman lane 4, next on track. Looks like we may need assistance for the rider in the left lane. Will not be making it all the way down. Appears we may need some assistance there. Crew is going down the side of the track to extract him. And if you have not been over to the registration trailer, the Man Cup registration trailer, there is a limited, very limited amount of official event t-shirts still left there. See Nicole for your size. Grab an official event souvenir t-shirt from here at the 190hookup.com Nationals, Darlington Dragway. Very, very limited supply of them left. Stop by the Man Cup registration trailer and Nicole can show you the shirt. All right, the bike appears to be extracted off of the top end. And the Darlington Dragway concession stand is wide open and ready to serve your needs. They're located directly in front of the timing tower here, and I can tell you they've got a tremendous assortment of stuff down there for you. Get your lunch on, cold drinks, plenty of great food offerings right there at the Darlington Dragway concession stand in front of the tower. And Hard Times Parts and Service Pro ET is in the books, so we're going to be moving to that third and final qualifying session of our Sportsman Riders. Sportsman Riders should be next on the racetrack, and that's going to start with J Squared Ultra Sportsman coming out of lane 4. Lane 4, J Squared Ultra Sportsman will be first on the racetrack, and this will set the field. right, and here we go, the final qualifying round in J Squared Ultra Sportsman right here. Dana Delk first up in the right lane, and John Markham left lane. Markham, your current pole sitter, at a 6:06. There is some room to improve there. I'm sure the class wants to do it. Dana Delk very carefully moving in. He could be a victim of being timed out, but he got in. He's gone. So is Markham. Markham too quick, 597. He's going to have to stand pat on that 606 and hope it holds up. Dana Delk 634. That's going to be his best pass so far. So that will be it for Dana Delk, 634. Stanley Russell and Don Horta next up. Horta has a 609 to his credit. 613 and 604 for Stanley Russell. He's the new leader. 604 is doing it. Don Horta actually improved slightly, but will not move up the ladder with that one. Greg Crawford next up, and CJ Mims. Crawford with a 635 to his credit. And a way off pace 10-second pass for Mims. This is it. This is the final session, and Stanley Russell at the top of the heap currently. Both bikes struggling a bit. No help for Crawford, and actually slight help for Mims, but probably will not move him up the ladder. Next pair up is going to be Scotty Samish. That's going to be our Blake in the right lane. Here's a Blake has not made a hit yet, so this is going to be his first go at it. Samish. He was too quick before, and he is dead on right here. 6 flat for Samish. 598, just a tick too quick. Blake, but 6 flat with a 3. New leader is Samish. Montez Thompson Jr. on the pit side of the track, and Chris Rolls. Rolls on the left lane. .5 for Montez and a 619 for Chris Rolls. 619, a very slight improvement there. And 605, also a very slight improvement for Montez. It looks like we may be down to the last bike. Johnson, right lane. See if he can knock off Samish for that #1 qualifier. Samish, 6 flat with a 3. 6:04, outstanding shot for Mr. Johnson. Does improve him markedly, but he will not take the pole. Congratulations, Scott Samish, your number 1 qualifier. He will lead the field into tonight's eliminations. That is it for Ultra Sportsman qualifying, and we're on a 5-minute courtesy hold to let those multi-class entered riders get back. And when that expires, we're moving directly into MTC Engineering Super Comp. Which is held down by Eric Yost. His 560 with a 1, near perfect. And once again, Scott Samish. Scotty Samish, your number 1 qualifier in J2 Connect Ultra Sportsman. He will lead the field into this afternoon's eliminations. Johnson, number 2 qualifier. Stanley Russell, number 3. Mantez Thompson Jr., number 4, and John Markham, number 5, round out the top 5. here we go. Final qualifying in MTC Engineering Super Comp. Number 2 qualifier left lane. St. Rodriguez, Michael Smith right lane. Jumping the tree. 5:58, too quick for Rodriguez. No help. A 5:63 for Michael Smith. Huge jump for him. Huge jump. Casey Smith next up. Excuse me, Stacy Smith. And Keith Drennan. Stacy on his Hayabusa. Smith family racing down in Macon, Georgia. His uncle and his dad looking on. Drennan on the old school Suzuki. Keith Drennan, 564. Great pass for Drennan. 557, too quick for Stacy Smith. Not an improvement. Keith had already had a 63. Allen Fields and Carson Fields. Fields bragging rights on the line. Dad versus son in this pair. Give it to the son. Way big breakout for Allen. Long 563, Dwayne Schmidt Jr. 557. TJ Mims 886 and 557 in the right lane. MTC Engineering Super Comp rolling on. 560 index. The pole currently held by Eric Yost. Speak of the devil, Eric Yost in the left lane, and Cedric Mingo right side. Breaking out 556, no help. Cedric Mingo 557. That probably is no help for Mr. Mingo. Evan Yost, your current number 3 qualifier. Third generation Yost racer. Evan Yost left side and John Markham in the right lane. Markham looking to improve his qualifying position. Yost very solidly in. And Markham does just that. He goes a 561, and that moves him way up the board. John Markham moving up. Eric Yost missing that 560 by just 5/10,000ths. He was 559. A5. Just missed it. He will stay in the 3rd position unless he gets moved down. Dave Young next up left side. And Harvey Hubbard right lane. The Hubster. The peanut magnet. Oh, Harvey just a tick too quick. 558. 578 for Dave Young. Dave Young laying out a triple O tree. That was a triple O tree. Triple O's across the board for Young on the tree. Last night's big winner in the Gamblers race. Larry Slim Bradley. He's next up in this right lane. Bradley looking to improve. Very got a good little pass right there. Too quick, 5:55 at an early shutoff. He was on a run, but too quick for the MTC Engineering Super Comp Index. And we're getting right down to the very end of Super Comp. So that puts our Schwartz Law Group Top Gas on notice. You'll be next up on the racing surface behind Super Comp once we finish it up. I believe there may be one more Super Comper with the slim chance of knocking Eric Yost off of the pole position. That is none other than Rylan Rowe. Rylan from Kentucky on his Kawasaki ZX14. He's got to go just about perfect. Yost with a 560 with a 1 in the 3rd digit. Santee Rodriguez Jr. 560 with a 2. And Eric Evan Yost, excuse me. Evan Yost in the third spot. Rodriguez blanketed by Yosts. Evan with a 5.61 with a 0. So, what's Ryland got in store for us? Actually is way up there. He's got a 5.61, 1 to his credit. And he belts out a 5.64, does not improve him. So congratulations to Eric Yost, your #1 qualifier in MTC Engineering Supercomp. His 5.60 with a 1 ran in the second round of qualifying, has held up and will get the job done. After the courtesy hold expires, we'll move into Schwartz Law Group Top Gas. At this point, pro riders, bring them up to the lanes. Pro riders, lane 3 is open for Fast by Gas Pro Mod. Lane 4 is open for Robinson Industries. Pro open at this time. Pro Mod to 3, Pro open to 4, please. right, and this will be it for the Schwartz Law Group Top Gas. Rich Holder going to be first up in the left lane. Rashad Rowe first up in the right lane. Rich Holder's only been too quick. We'll see if he can take a little bit out of it, sneak it into the good side of the number. Rowe also too quick. Both riders in need of scrubbing off just a little bit of performance here. Atmospheric conditions and the racing surface both excellent today here at the fabled Darlington Dragway. Rich Holder using up a lot of that left lane, and he still goes way too quick. 5:04 at an early shutoff, 126. Rich Holder had his hands full, and he still went too quick. Rashad Rowe did what he does. He improved. His 5:12 is going to move him up into the short rows of the top of the field right now. Big Rodney Gant, left side, and your defending national champion Heather Baldy, right side. Sponsored by Schwartz Law Group, the class sponsor, the only insurance office that can take on Morgan & Morgan directly. Rodney was there looking past today. Oh, Heather, outstanding. 5:11 with a 7 for Heather. And that is a huge move up the charts for her. Rodney also making a big move. Rodney Gant, big move up the chart there. Performance-wise, he picked up a bunch. And the X-Man, Chris Smith, left lane. He's held the pole since last night. He's liable not to give it up. But a guy that could steal it from him is in the right lane. That's Mantez Thompson Jr. Tez is a riding machine. Mantez, it's a bit off pace. 5:14 for Smith, no improvement, but we are getting down. Less and less opportunity, fewer and fewer riders to take that pole position from him. George Jones, right side. Sean Wheeler in the left lane. 5, but an outstanding 5.12 for Jones. 5.12 at 133. Jones improves. Scott DeLong, who's got a 5.11 to his credit already from Friday night. Again, this time with a 4. DeLong is locked and loaded for the elimination process. And Joe Honeycutt moving it into the left lane. Joe Procopio. Honeycutt and Procopio so intertwined. It just comes out naturally. Joe Procopio, the real estate magnate from North Carolina. Currently has a 5.13 to his credit. Looking to improve, as we all are. Gas Pro Mod, lane 3, please. Robinson Industries, Pro Open, lane 4. And I do need my Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460 riders to lane number 5. This will be for your final qualifying shot as well. We are inches away from setting the field in Schwartz Law Group Top Gas. Chris Smith holds that top spot with very little room to grab it. Joe moving in. Fighting that bike all the way down there, but his 5.13 with a 0 is a minuscule improvement. Once again, he improved each and every pass, winding up with a 5.13 with a 0. And I think that'll do it for Schwartz Law Group Top Gas. Vespa Gas Pro Mod, lane 3. Robinson Industries Pro Open, lane number 4. And Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460 to lane number 5, please. Track radio station is FM 87.9, 87.9. If you need to tune in. And a Hearty congratulations to Chris Smith, your #1 qualifier in Schwartz Law Group. Top Gas is 5:10 with a 0. Did very unsurprisingly hold up through the duration. Scott DeLong right behind him, 5:11.2. Heather Baldy, 5:11.7. And Rashad Rowe, 5:12 with a 0. Round out the top 4 in this very stout field. Pro Riders will be next on track. And all riders in Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460, we need you to lane 5. Your final qualifying round is coming up very shortly. All riders for the Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460 category, please get them up into lane number 5. Pros are scheduled to be hitting the racetrack very shortly, with starting with Fast by Gas Pro Mod, moving to Robinson Industries Pro Open, and we'll wrap it up with that Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460. And these final runs here will set the fields. This is the final round of qualifying for the pros. Yeah, looky here. Tyrone Lemons has found himself a spot in Fast by Gas Pro Mod. And that will be much to the joy of Robert and Elijah tuning in. A couple big Tyrone Lemons fans. And Smitty, who's currently holding the pole. He's in the right lane on Black Ops. And we've got a Pro Open entry moving to the lanes now, so we're going to hold the lane for just a moment for Pro Open. We've got one moving to the lanes right now. Smitty, who's belted out a previous 427. A smooth pass for him. He had some issues with the bike, couldn't make the last round. They quickly sorted them out. Tyrone Lemons, that machine is definitely capable of some really good performance numbers. Smitty's still working on his tune, but that 427 clearly a step in the direction that he wants to be going. Robinson Industries Pro Open, the lane is still open for you. Robinson Industries Pro Open, lane 4 on the double. Okay, this is Fast by Gas Pro Mod. Couple big motor Suzukis right here. And they're going to be looking to empty that whole nitrous oxide bottle across the 8th mile. Can Tyrone grab it from Smitty? Tyrone away clean, so is Smitty, and it is Smitty. Smitty improves 421 at 165, an improvement for Smitty. He goes 103 to the 60 foot. That may be career best numbers for him. Outstanding job. Gerald Smith locks up that #1 qualifier right there. He is your #1 qualifier with that 421 pass. Tyrone Lemons, he was 103 out of the gate as well. That Darlington Dragway surface is working, but he was off the gas early. The Pro Mod surprises keep on coming. Former national champion and the hardest working man in drag racing, Terry Wynn, has surfaced. Rumor has it he was in hiding because Smitty told him if he showed up at Darlington, he was going to put a whooping on him. So, of course, he waits until Smitty runs down the track. Now he surfaces. So Terry Wynn, hardest working man in drag racing, will be next up. So, can he best that 421 that Smitty just put down? Terry Wynn. Oh, putting the heat in that tire. He's letting Smitty know he's on the grounds. Big Nate lining him up. Crew Chief of the Year award. Here we go. 421 stands as the mark to beat. We've got Lemons in and Smith in. Well, obviously running scared. Terry's backing it off. So congratulations. Gerald Smith, your #1 qualifier. Fast by Gas Pro Mod. Terry Wynn will wind up your #3 qualifier. And Tyrone Lemons, #2. All right. Robinson Industries Pro Open should be moving to the ready line. I understand we've had a late entry in the category, so it'll be interesting. Okay, Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460 riders in lane 5. You can slowly start moving them under the tower and getting ready to go. You'll be directly behind Robinson Industries Pro Open, which is moving to the puddle. ET riders for your final time run. ET riders for your final time run. V-Twin ET riders, you can bring those bikes to lane 4. V-Twin to lane number 4, please. That'll be your final time run. Correction, ET riders, correction, I stand corrected. ET riders, you're on standby. ET riders, you're on standby. Once we finish the pros, we will go into awarding the #1 qualifiers and the invocation with the national anthem, and then we will run the ET riders as elimination round #1. That will be next up after the pros and after opening ceremonies. And bike number 2251, Richard Holder, who we saw in Top Gas, has entered into Robinson Industries Pro Open. Guess he might have been sick of breaking out in Top Gas, so let's see what he's got here. He's been going 5.0s all day long. Moving it in very carefully. He's away clean. Another 5.0 pass. He goes 5.01 at 138. 5.01 at 138. And here we go. Action in the Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460 category. Ultra close action right here. Jeff Jones holding it at a 460 with a 1. We got Scott Samish left side, Mike T in left lane. Both riders away clean. Identical 459s. Samish with a 4, T in with a 2. Incredibly close racing here. Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460. Next up, we got the patriarch of the family, Mike Wagner, out of Missouri. Wife and daughter out there helping him out. And we'll also see his other daughter now moving up to the 460 category. Harvey Hubbard. If you haven't had Hubbard's Peanuts, you don't know what you're missing. Harvey turns that top light out. Still away first, 462 and a 461 for Hubbard. A pair of great runs right there. Lowry Callahan and Morris Ball. Not often you get a pair of Kawasaki's in the same breath, but that's what you get right here. A pair of Kawasaki entries here in Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Open 460. Trouble out of power. Callahan 469. Callahan leaving off a 005 reaction time, and he was late. Morris Ball was 001, but his bike not cooperating. Next up, we got Mike Ostrowski. Left side, Rashad Jones. Right lane. Rashad was too quick earlier. Mike has got a 461 under his belt. Rashad looking to get on the right side of the fence, and Mike looking to improve. Rashad 459.2, no improvement. 458.0 for Ostrowski. Both riders not improving. Okay, a couple second generation riders right here. Michael Wheeler Jr. from Kentucky. Left side, and Heather Baldy out of Missouri is in the right lane in her maiden event in the 460 category. She just missed a 460 in the last round, so she's already at the number. Is she ever? Another 459 for Baldy. She's ready to play. Micah Wheeler 467 right there. That does not improve from being a 65 under his belt. And Mantez Thompson Sr. He's in the right lane on his Suzuki out of Alabama. Left lane is Rock Sanders. Rock coming up from Mississippi. Rock, a wonderful 462 to start the day off earlier. Mantez Thompson Sr. right next to him with a 461. These guys are both
on the number already. Pair of breakouts, 458 left, 457 right lane. Those high 50s are cheap this afternoon. Conditions are outstanding, and the Darlington Dragway surface is doing everything it is heralded to do. National champion Deshaun Wheeler, left side. Wheeler Machine, Kentucky-based. Jeff Jones. Jeff, first time back in some time. What's he do? He goes a 460 with a 1. Number 1 qualifier in the right lane. And Deshaun Wheeler, left side.
Obviously wanting to upset that. But Jeff has got a pretty good stranglehold on that top spot right now. .457 for Deshaun and a 462 for Jeff Jones. Murphy, Tennessee, left side. Robbie Honeycutt, Superman, coming down from Maryland. Riders very carefully moving in. Honeycutt turns it red. 460 with a 6 for Murphy. Outstanding pass, and that will improve him. He stood on a 461 and he got even better. Murphy 460 with a 6. Honeycutt 470. At 151, he'll have to stand pat with what he had. Joe Rodney, left side, Smoking Joe. And Tyrone Lemons, he has decided to do double duty. He's in the Pro Mod field, and he's also here in the 460 category. And the Jackson boys go wild. Joe, 459 with an 8. Almost perfect, but not perfect. Tyrone 476 at only 136 mile per hour. The opportunities to unseat Jeff Jones from the #1 qualifying spot get less and less. One guy that might have it in his sleeve is Ronnie Procopio, and he's in the left lane right now. Procopio Too quick, 4:58. So many too quick runs this session right here in the absolute middle of the day. Most sunshine on the racetrack all day, a testament to the Darlington Dragway surface. Joe Procopio, left lane. Cherry in the right lane. .457 for Procopio and a 485 for Wade Cherry. And it ticks down to what appears to be one final bike to potentially upseat Jeff Jones from being your #1 qualifier in Hollywood drag racing Pro Ultra 460. The turbo of Barry Harvey coming out of North Carolina. And once we conclude these pro qualifiers, that will be qualifying over. We're going to move into a brief intermission, and we'll come back to recognizing our #1 qualifiers, our invocation by Chaplain Santi Rodriguez, and a national anthem before we put the first round of ET action on the racetrack. So that's the short order. Finish the pros, brief intermission, recognition of #1 qualifiers, invocation and national anthem, then ET. And Barry Harvey on a less than perfect run musters a 7:43 at only 85 mph. So congratulations, Jeff Jones, your #1 qualifier in Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460. All right, and that puts a period on the time trials and qualifying efforts of all the riders. We're going to go into an intermission here that will feature the recognition of the #1 qualifiers. We will work on getting the ladders prepared for the categories at ladder. And at some point we will be doing an invocation with Chaplain Santi Rodriguez, and then the national anthem, and we will kick off the elimination process with the ET categories. So ET, you'll be first on the racetrack for your elimination round number 3. Start shorting the rows, see who's going to take home the hardware from the 190hookup.com Nationals here at Darlington Dragway.
Qualifiers, the #1 qualifier is the report to the manufacturer's company. Ladies, attention over here to receive your awards. We really appreciate you all of you for coming out and sharing some of your spare time with us. Always, we're forever grateful for your participation and support. And after this event, we'll be making our last stop to the South Georgia Motorsport Park in Adel, Georgia for the Fuel Tech World Finals. Y'all be sure to come on down. We got a good showdown in the 460 and a great showdown in the Super Comp and the Super Comp class. So make sure you come down and check us out. Low qualifiers, come get the award. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you again, once again, for coming out here to the 190hookup.com, Hooked on Speed. We want to thank my man Rob Bush once again for having us over here in Darlington Dragway for hosting the event. And we look forward to more opportunities over in the South Carolina area with Darlington. And hopefully we'll get some more racers over here next time and fill this place up. But until then, let's now award our #1 qualifiers. We got some interesting, good new #1 qualifiers. I'm really excited to congratulate these gentlemen for their accomplishment this weekend. I'm gonna start off with our J2 Connect Ultra Sportsman #1 qualifier. He was perfect within 3 thousandths from perfect with a 600 with a 600 with a 3. Scotty Samers, come on up. Congratulations, Scotty.
Thank you.
Anything you want to say to anybody?
Thank you to Mr. Yost for fixing my clutch last night.
Anybody else, man?
Dad, you, everybody here.
Right,
Family at home, thank you.
All right, y'all got Scotty Samers here, man. Your Ultra Sportsman #1 qualifier with a 600 with a 3. Congratulations again. All right, moving right along. We have our MTC Engineering Super Comp #1 qualifier. And he got it a little closer than my man Scotty Samers with doing a 560 with a 1/1000th of a second from being perfect. That is awesome. My man Eric Yost. Come on up here and get your award.
Thank you.
Man, thank you. Anything you want to say to him?
Sure, I'd just like to thank all my sponsors, MedPro and Bro Racing Brothers Racing. They've always helped me out. So, and just my mother, she always is there for me. So, pretty cool.
All right,
Yeah.
good deal. Let's get us the #1 shot, man. Eric Yost. Congratulations. Oh boy, my paper done flew. All right, here we go. See, that's why I've been holding this thing. Let's move on. We got my man Chris Smith in Top Gas, the Kenneth Swartz Law Group, Top Gas #1 qualifier with a 510 with a 0. You are like the most perfect qualifier so far, and I had a 1,000 up here, Pat. So what you got to say about that, boss man?
Oh man, I am so grateful. All my friends come out of Fayetteville. Wade Cherry, my brother Robert Croker, man, all the Lemons brothers, Mr. Willie Jones, everybody that has supported me, and them guys at Highway 20, Mantez Senior, I gave him a name. He's the Wizard. He's the Wizard. So I am grateful, and I appreciate you doing this event. Oh man, this is awesome. I am grateful. Thank you.
Person. Let's go, man. My man Chris Smith. I'm about to give you a 460, 510 with a 0.
With that next year, don't worry about it.
Congratulations.
Hey, I'm gonna qualify. That's my cousin.
That's right. We got him coming right up. As we talking about him, we got the Fast by Gas #1 qualifier with man Gerald Smith on Black Ops with a 421 with a 4. Y'all put y'all hands together for Gerald Smith, man. Congratulations, Mr. Smith. Anything you want to tell him? Who you want to give a shout out to, boss man?
My crew chief, Mad Dog. It's hard out here with Pro Mod, and you need help in all classes, and I just couldn't do it without him. So I'd like to thank Magwood, a lot of my fellow racers, Tyrone Lemons and Terry Wynn. So we all kind of keep each other going out here. So I'd like to thank those guys.
Congratulations again, Mr. Gerald Smith, Black Ops, #1 qualifier, Fast by Gas Pro Modifier, 421 with a 4. All right, coming right up, we got our Robinson Industries Pro Open, snuck up in here in the last moment and clipped them with a 5 with the 5.01. I don't been racing. I need to start back racing or something. I'm all off. I need to start back racing so I can have my jargon together. But come on up here. Richard Holder, number 1 qualifier for the Robinson Industry Pro Open class. Get a shout out there, Mr. Holder.
Yeah, let me thank my beautiful wife and crew chief, Sharon Hollywood, for putting on a great event, and our sponsor, Wicked Branding and Graphics.
Good deal. Well, y'all congratulate Mr. Holder again for the Robinson Industry Pro Open number 1 qualifier. Now, this one right here is serious for me, man, because this my old I-65 buddy right here got me back in the game with him and Deshaun Willer. And the Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460 number 1 qualifier goes out to the OG legend himself, Jeff Jones, man. Fast Time Motorsports. First time back in a while and showing us how to do it already. 460 with the 1. Hey, you got anything to say, Jeff, man?
I appreciate that woman right there.
Who's the woman over there?
That's the wife, boss.
Boss Miss Angela Jones, man.
Makes it happen.
That's right, man. Good deal, man.
Thank you,
Congratulations. Hope good luck in this race. All right, y'all. That does it for the ceremonies over here. I need to see my man Santi Rodriguez. He's gonna get ready to put this thing in motion for us. Blessing our Heavenly Father up in there, and when it's a national anthem for this beautiful country that we live in. I appreciate you, Mr. Santi. We'll have the ladders, the pairings will be on the board for first round. Here you go. Thank you all.
All right, if I can get everybody's attention, please, let's go ahead and go to the Lord in prayer and kick this off. Dear Heavenly Gracious Father, Lord, we thank you, Lord, for just an absolutely beautiful, beautiful day. We thank you, Lord, for this facility, Lord, and for the staff that has worked so hard, Lord, to give us the best prep track and the safest possible conditions here. We ask, Lord, to please be with them, keep them safe, Lord. Let them do their jobs diligently, Lord. Lord, be with each and every racer and every person that's on the property, Lord. Please keep us safe. Let the racers run to the best of their ability, and may the best man or woman win in their respective categories. We ask you, Lord, to be with all of us, Lord, as we leave today, and we ask for travel mercies on the way home, Lord. Keep us all safe until our next appointed time. And we thank you for our armed forces, Lord, that provide us with the greatest country in the world. In Jesus' precious name, amen. Now, if you'll please direct yourself to the flag for the national anthem. Thank you, everyone, and good luck.
All right, thank you, Chaplain Santee Rodriguez, for the invocation and the national anthem at this time. Our ET riders. ET riders are going to kick it off with the first round of ET eliminations. We will start with V-Twin, move to Street, finish up with Pro. Those will be the first three categories on the racetrack here. So V-Twin ET, let's get them lane 3. Voodoo Custom Street ET. Excuse me, V-Twin is in 4. Voodoo Customs Street ET is in lane 5. And lane 6 is Hard Times Parts and Service Pro ET. Those will be the first three categories down there. Random pairs in all categories. Random pairs. ET categories, bring them to your respective lanes, please. ET categories. We will go ET, and then Sportsman, and then we will have the first round of pro eliminations. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. If anyone has a welder or if the racetrack has a welder available, we have a racer in desperate need to try to rectify their machine to make first round. If you would, if you have welding capacity, just a steel welder, not aluminum, steel welding, come to the tower and I'll steer you where to get there. We do need the services of a welder if available. Please come to the timing tower. Morris Ball, please report to the timing tower. Morris Ball, please report to the timing tower. ET riders can stack them up in their lanes. This is random pairing, first round elimination. Your buyback is prepaid with man cup. All right. Start the process to eliminate riders and have winners move on. The tournament pairings. 2 go down and 1 comes back here at the 190hookup.com Nationals. Gorgeous weekend of weather here in South Carolina. Chamber of Commerce weather all weekend. Outstanding racing surface all weekend. All you can ask for at a motorcycle drag racing event. V-twin to 4, street to 5, and Pro ET to 6, please. Riders, this will be first round. It'll be random pairing. You know the drill. First round of Voodoo Customs Street ET rolling on. MPS Racing. Hard Times Parts and Service. Pro ET. Riders, you guys should be in lane 6. Ready to go. Random pairs. First round. We have a 5-minute courtesy hold. Help get back those riders in multiple classes. And we'll go into there. At this time, we can have Ultra Sportsman riders. Ultra Sportsman riders, please bring them to lane number 4 for your first round pairings. Ultra Sportsman riders, lane number 4 for your pairings. All right, and that is Voodoo Customs Street ET put to bed for the first round of eliminations. We're going to move it over to Hard Times Parts and Service Pro ET for their first round, which will be random pairings. Once again, Ultra Sportsman, lane number 4 for your pairings. Ultra Sportsman, lane 4 to get them paired up. Maybe stop halfway back, and once you've got your pair, push it to the front. Ultra Sportsman, lane 4 for pairings. right, here we go. Hard Times Parts and Service. This is Pro ET action. First pair out, you got Scott DeLong and Dwayne Schmidt Jr. traveling partners, and they want to get this first round done. Right lane trouble for DeLong after a 001 red. 573 on a 569 for Schmidt Jr. Here's a repeat of last night's Gamblers Race final. Markham right lane and Young. Markham 565 on a 561 dial. Young off pace 608. I need him. Big burnout by Rashad Rowe, and he's up against Ronnie Procopio, next pair up. Pair of great lights. Both riders dialed 510. Both riders go 507. Rowe was 018 on the tree, and he was second off the line. Great little drag race right there. Eric Yost and Robbie Honeycutt. Robbie going even quicker, 487 on his 491 dial-in right there. Wow. Yost, 560 on a 558. Rylan Rowe will be next up, and he'll be facing John Loney. Loney on a Kawasaki, traditional air-cooled KZ engine, car-tired drag bike. Rowe left side. ZX14 powered street entry. Rowe actually dialed quicker at a 564, 596 for Loney. Loney turns it red by 7th thou. He goes a 598 on that 596 he's dialed, and then Rylan Rowe 565 on his 564, and he was 019 on the tree. These riders in Hard Times Parts and Service, Pro ET, they are not playing. Gladys Loney next up. I think that's Don Horta on the left side. Gladys off pace, bike not sounding well. Don Horta 591 on a 592, he's ready. And it appears we may be finished up with his first round of Hard Times Parts and Service Pro ET. Stanley Russell, Greg Crawford, let's get it to the lanes. Don Horta, Chris Rolls. You guys are needed in the lanes for your Ultra Sportsman pairings. Once again, Gregory Crawford, you're late to the lanes. Greg Crawford, Ultra Sportsman pairings. And Don Horta, just as quick as you can get back from that Pro ET run, you'll be the last pair in the group of Ultra Sportsmen, which is next on the highway. So, Greg Crawford and Don Horta, we need you at this time. At this time, let's have our MTC Engineering Super Compers report midway up lane 5. Find your dancing partner, and once you got your partner, push them up together. right, looks like J Squared Plumbing Ultra Sportsman is pushing to the puddle for their first round of eliminations. Hopefully Don Horta has made it up to face Chris Rolls. Chris just make it to the lanes. Super Comp rider, Super Comp in lane 5 should be working on pairing up and pushing up together, please. Pair up, that is Mantez Thompson Jr. going a 6 flat with a 7 on the 6 flat mark. He's dialed in. Dana Delk turned her red, goes a 6:24 in a losing effort. John Markham and Barry Purnell first round. This would be a good little drag race right here. Give that one to Markham, his 6:08 best, the 6:05 by Purnell. So, you know what that means. CJ Mims right lane and Johnson left lane. Johnson giving it to him in a big, big way. Big way. 6:19 besting the 6:07. So, you know what that means. Scotty Samish on a ZX14 left lane. He is up against Ron Blake. Lights a pair, and it is a 6:04 by Blake, taking out the 581 by Samish. Way too quick, but a huge reaction time disadvantage. Samish doing what he had to turn the light on, but in a losing effort. Blake moving on. Stanley Russell left side, and Greg Crawford did make it to the lanes. Crawford in the right lane. Both riders away clean with green lights, and it is Russell 6:11 besting the 6:17. And here we are, last pair. Chris Rolls left side, Don Horta right side. Once again, a drag race that could be happening at Bradenton Motorsports Park on any given Saturday night, and it is Horta. Reaction time disadvantage, but he got there with a 6:07. Chris Rolls, 6:12. He had a couple in the bag on the tree, but couldn't make him pay. Horta moving on. MTC Engineering Super Comp Riders, I do need you in lane 5 getting paired up. Super Comp Riders, lane 5, please, for pairing purposes. And Santi Rodriguez Jr., you will have a competition broke single. Randy Smith has reported broke to the tower. Santi Rodriguez Jr., Bike X200, you will receive a competition break single. Randy Smith unable to make the call. MTC Engineering Super Comp Rider should be pairing up in your lane. Lane 5. Schwartz Law Group Top Gassers bring them back to the back of lane 6. And if you've got your dancing partner lined up, go ahead and push them up together to the front of the lanes, only once you've got your partner. And those Super Comp pairings are Gilbert and Stacy Smith, Alan Fields and Skurlock, Harper and Mingo, Evan Yost and John Loney, Keith Drennan, Dwayne Schmidt Jr., Rylan Rowe and Larry Bradley. Scott DeLong and Joyce. Santi Rodriguez Jr. will have the aforementioned competition break due to Randy Smith not able to make the call. Harvey Hubbard will take on Carson Fields. John Markham and C.J. Mims. Michael Smith and Dave Young. And Evil Bill Vose. Evil Bill coming out. Nope, actually, Evil Bill spotting at this point. Evil Bill has made a couple test hits on the Crusher, and that is Savannah Vose. Savannah Vose, daughter of one Bill Vose and a very competent rider. We will look to have yet another young lady in the 460 category. Savannah under the very careful eye of her father right there, moving it in very carefully. Very, very good out there, 5:13 at 131 mile per hour. Legs it on down through the quarter. She went 8:19.999 at 158. Good looking first pass for Savannah Vose on that machine. I do believe that is the first pass that she's made on it. Super Comp is locked and loaded. MTC Engineering Super Comp is next on the track. Okay, Eric Yost, your #1 qualifier in the field. He went 5:60 with a 5.601, and he is opting to knock out that legal bye right here. He will face the winner of Gilbert and Smith coming up. That'll be in the second round of eliminations here in MTC Engineering Super Comp. Eric Yost on that 14, and he's been strong and all over that number all weekend. Continues to pound it. He was 002 red, 560 with a 9. He is all over both the reaction time and the dial. 560 with a 9. Moving on. Scotty DeLong. Next up. Taking on Daniel Joyce. Joyce with a Kawasaki. DeLong also Kawasaki mounted. They're in. And they're gone. Great little drag race right here. Look at this one. Oh, DeLong playing the finish line. He was behind on the reaction time, and it took all of his moxie to pull that one out. Dan Joyce had 400s in the bag on the tree, and he broke out by just 3 thou. Great drag race. Give it to DeLong. Next up, Cedric Mingo and Taylor Harper. Green lights, and it is Mingo. Mingo prevails in this one. Cedric Mingo moving on. Harper off the dial-in, unable to get the job done. Keith Drennan left side, and Dwayne Schmidt Jr. He just saw his teammate advance. Dwayne wanted to keep pace, but he's going to have something to say about that with his old school Gixxer. This is a drag race, and look at that. Keith Drennan had the tree and the dial-in. Drennan advances 562. And George Skurlock. George, more traditional drag bike type machine right here. Allen, new style street bike type entry. Fields, the better of the two qualifiers. Very patiently waiting at this point. Gonna have to put the clock on the rider in the right lane. Clock needs to go on. Well, Fields moves out. Very nice gesture of sportsmanship. And the signal given. Allen Fields will have a competition break. Tough break for George Skurlock there, but something not right with the machine and the crew. Saying no go. Fields, competition break here. Fields rolling on down through there. He goes a 570 with a 5, and that will garner him lane choice over Cedric Mingo. We've got our first pair lined up for the next round. Here comes Evan Yost. Son of Eric Yost, the letter carrier. He's up against John Loney. Loney, Kawasaki powered. Yost, Kawasaki powered. Oh, he's pushed it in deep. .562 Loney, giving it to him. John Loney, reaction time advantage and the W. Loney moving on. John Loney will give up lane choice to Keith Drennan by 0.06 of a second. Keith Drennan and John Loney will battle in the second pair that we know of in Super Comp. Top Gas riders, you should be in your lane. Top Gas, lane 6, pairing them up. Find your dancing partner and push it to the front. All right, this is Carson Fields in the left lane, and he is up against Harvey Hubbard. Harvey, traditional slick and bar GS power plant drag bike. Harvey's been doing it a fair few years. Harvey's been out here on the trail longer than Carson's been alive. But Carson is a track rat. Grew up on the track, watched his dad Alan race all these years, so he knows the ins and outs of it. And as soon as he jumped on a bike, he too was a natural. So we'll see who's going to get this one, the wily veteran or the young kid, and give it to the vet. Harvey Hubbard advances, reaction time advantage to Hubbard. ET 563 besting the 570. Harvey Hubbard moving on. And Harvey Hubbard will face Santi Rodriguez in the second round. Pair up, I got Stacy Smith and Bernard Gilbert. Pair of Georgia runners here. Gilbert, the better qualifying position. Both riders turn a light green. The finish line is going to tell you it is a double breakout, and it is Gilbert's. 5:53.6 bettering the further breaking out Stacy Smith, 5:52. Gilbert did have the reaction time advantage, and he made him pay. Gilbert will give up lane choice to number 1 qualifier Eric Yost in the second round action. Dave Young next up right side, and Michael Smith left lane. Two completely different ways to super comp it here. MTC Engineering Super Comp. Top light out for Young. And Michael Smith. Smith, 5:62, takes the win. Reaction time advantage was Dave Young by a few hundredths of a second, but Michael Smith played that finish line perfectly. CJ Mims left side and John Markham in the right lane. Green light. They're neck and neck. Uh-oh. 564, best the 561, so you know what that means. Markham, reaction time advantage, and he made him pay. Bradley next up in the left lane, and this is Ryland Rowe in the right lane. Markham will give up lane choice to Michael Smith in the second round action. Bradley and Rowe. This is who gets to race DeLong next round. Red light start for Larry Bradley. He's out. Ryland Rowe, 564 with a 0, advancing. By a thousandth of a second, DeLong has lane choice. Santi Rodriguez taking his competition break here. Randy Smith unable to make the call. Top gassers, top gassers. Lane 6, 4 pairings, please. Pro riders, please bring them to your respective lanes. Pro mod to 3, pro open to 4, and 460 to lane 5. Santi choosing to make a full pull, and he goes 563 with a 3. That will give up lane choice to Harvey Hubbard. Harvey will carry lane choice into round 2 over Santi Rodriguez Jr. So the field is set for round 2. It'll be Eric Yost lane choicing over Bernard Gilbert. Alan Fields with lane choice over Cedric Mingo. Keith Drennan lane choice over John Loney. Scott DeLong with lane choice over Ryland Rowe. Harvey Hubbard carrying lane choice over Santi Rodriguez Jr. And Michael Smith will have lane choice over John Markham. That'll be second round action in MTC Engineering Supercom. As we move on towards the Kenneth Schwartz Law Group Top Gas, your 5'10" index racers, Chris Smith, carries that by run. Deshaun Wheeler will be up against Joe Procopio. Heather Baldy up against Johnson. Rashad Rowe and Rodney Gant. Scott DeLong, Rich Holder. George Jones and Mantez Thompson Jr. 5 pairs and a bye run. And top gas pairs, roll them up. If you're paired up, roll up to the ready line and see Ryan's pretty face. We can send you down the highway on your 510 index. Top Gas, sponsored by the Schwartz Law Group out of Missouri. They personally provide gold chains for all of their customers. Schwartz Law Group, the only firm bigger than Morgan & Morgan. Unbelievable what Kenny Schwartz has done in such a short period of time. But Kenny Schwartz is not for the people, he's for the money. Make no doubt about it. Lonnie Johnson bike 2410 in top gas. If you're going to make the call, you've got 1 minute to report to the lanes. Heather Baldy is your competition, and she will be the last pair. If you're not there, she'll run without you. We hope you make it. Joe Procopio, left side. And I got Sean Wheeler on the right lane. Great drag race, lights a pair. And that one is Deshawn. He had the reaction time advantage and he paid. 009 reaction time and a 5:11. Tough to beat. Joe Procopio was 5:14 with an 03 tree in the losing effort. Deshawn Wheeler marches on. Once again, Lonnie Johnson, if you are going to compete, you need to be in the lanes yesterday. Mantez Thompson Jr. left side and George Jones in the right lane. Good drag race, green lights a pair. 5:14, George Jones moving on. Outstanding job there. He was right there on the tree with an 04. Mantez actually had him by a tick at 03. Mantez 5:16. Looks like Mantez might have misjudged the finish line right there. George Jones moving on. Incredible action here in the Schwartz Law Group Top Gas. We are missing the counselor himself here in South Carolina, but he is back at the Empire in St. Louis, plotting his next move in the legal world. For years, he had his henchman, Dar, at his side, but even Dar couldn't take it. Something having trouble down there. Rashad Rowe very patiently waiting. Big Rodney. Oh, unfortunately, the signal given. They're not going to make the call. Rodney Gant, unfortunate break for Rodney. Rodney Gant is Kawasaki, easy to root for. Rashad Rowe will move on. Okay, and he nails a 5:14 with a 3. And he will face the winner of the Heather Baldy and Lonnie Johnson pair. All right, they're backing the machine off. Unfortunate break for Big Rodney. Hate to see it happen. Pro riders, we need you in the lanes. You're up behind this Schwartz Law Group Top Gas group. Fast by Gas Pro Mod to lane 3, Robinson Industries Pro Open lane 4, and Hollywood Jackson Pro Ultra lane 5. Obviously, Pro Ultra 460, you're going to need to find your dancing partner. There's a good herd of you guys. Bring them up only halfway, and once you got your partner, push it all the way up. Scott DeLong next up. DeLong is scheduled to take on Rich Holder. And Rich is making the call. Rich Holder doing double duty on the little bike to Ken. He is doing double duty here. Holder, DeLong, this could be happening at Gainesville on Saturday night, but it's not. Holder all over that line, and it is gonna be Holder. 5:13 with a 6, 5:13 with a 6 for DeLong. 0:42 for Holder on the tree, 0:47 for DeLong. Holder moving on to round 2. 0.04 of a second margin of victory right there. Heather Baldy's going to have a competition break here. Unfortunately, Lonnie Johnson unable to make the call. And Holder will carry lane choice next round over George Jones. Heather Baldy advancing into round 2. Will face off with Rashad Rowe. And she does not have lane choice. Rowe will have that lane choice. 5:14 with a 3 to Heather's 5:14 with an 8. And your number 1 qualifier, Chris Smith. Chris Smith did it early and held on. His 5:10 with a 0. Got the job done. Pro Open will run behind 460. Pro Open will run behind 460. Pro Mod, then 460, please. 460 riders, please get them paired up. And Mr. Smith knows he has Deshaun Wheeler next round. Can he best the 5'11" with a 3 that Wheeler went to give himself lane choice? Nope. Trouble shifting. 572. He will give up lane choice to Deshaun Wheeler. Wheeler with lane choice over Smith. Rowe with lane choice over Baldy. Holder, lane choice over Jones. That'll be your second round action in Schwartz Law Group, Top Gas. All right. Pros will be next up. It'll be Pro Mod, then 460, followed by Pro Open. Rich Holder seeing if he can hang on in Pro Open as he did in Top Gas. In 460, it's Joe Procopio facing off with Micah Wheeler Jr. Mike Ostrowski will take on Wade Cherry. Ronnie Procopio and Heather Baldy. Mike Murphy and Mike Tian. Somebody named Mike's going to move on to round 2 there. Another Mike. Wagner will take on Morris Ball. Harvey Hubbard and Barry Harvey will square off. Rock Sanders and Lowry Callahan. Alan Fields, who may be broke, will be facing Rashad Jones. Rashad may be looking at a opponent broke single. We don't know. National champion Deshaun Wheeler has got Rob Honeycutt, the Superman. Scott Samish. He's got Joe Rodney. Mantez Thompson Sr. and Tyrone Lemons. That's your pairs for the upcoming round of Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460. And of course, Jeff Jones, your #1 qualifier, he has the legal buy run. That's your first round action here at the 190hookup.com Nationals in 460. Okay, once the pros run, it'll be time for ET. ET riders, you'll be up after the pros, and it's going to go down like this. V-twin riders are 6 of you. You'll see Broderick for a chip draw. Street ET, there's 19 of you. We'll pair up 18 of you. There'll be 9 pairs. We'll pair that up by chips. Stanley Russell, legal buy run. Pro ET, an even number of 14. And again, you'll see Broderick Jackson for the chip draw for pairs. 6 in V-twin, 19 in Street ET with Stanley Russell carrying the buy, and 14 in Pro ET. It'll be chip draw central up there, and you will see Broderick Jackson for that to happen. Once again, 460 riders, 460 riders. If you're paired, please push them up together. 460 riders, if you're paired, please push them up together. That's Joe Procopio and Micah Wheeler Jr. Mike Ostrowski and Wade Cherry. Ronnie Procopio, Heather Baldy. Mike Murphy and Mike Tian. Mike Wagner and Morris Ball. Harvey Hubbard, Barry Harvey. Rock Sanders, Lowry Callahan. Alan Fields and Rashad Jones. Deshaun Wheeler and Rob Honeycutt. Scott Samish. Joe Rodney. Montez Thompson Sr. and Tyrone Lemons. Those are your pairs. Find your dancing partner. Push them up together, please. Rich Holder, we need you back in the lanes for Pro Open, please. Barry Harvey reporting broke. Unfortunately, Barry Harvey will not be able to make the call. Harvey Hubbard is going to have an opponent broke single right there. Tough break for the Turbo Man out of North Carolina, Barry Harvey. He's been at it a very long time on that turbo. This is Fast by Gas Pro Mod. Round one, Terry Winnis got an opponent broke single. Tyrone Lemons not making the call. Terry, 434, 163. He will carry lane choice over number one qualifier, Gerald Smith. Smitty opting not to run in first round on his legal bye, so he forgoes lane choice. Win will have lane choice over Smitty in that final round coming up later. And 460 riders will be next up on the racetrack. Got some great pairs coming up in this first round action. Do need Vernon with Man Cup. Vernon with Man Cup, check in with the tower, please. And 460 riders are moving to the ready line. Looks like that first pair, that's going to be Mike Ostrowski and Wade Cherry. Mike, the better qualifier of the two, having lane choice in this pair. We'll see who prevails. But before that, Rashad Jones, he is taking an opponent broke single. Alan Fields, bike number 1718, unable to make the call. There was a puff of smoke out of Fields' machine, and that spelled the end of it for Alan Fields. Rashad Jones moving on to round two, as does Harvey. Hubbard carrying an opponent broke single due to Barry Harvey on the ball. Gorgeous weekend here at the 190 Hookup.com Nationals. Darlington Dragway, Darlington, South Carolina. You could not ask for better weather for an event. Outstanding conditions, outstanding racetrack. And we're working our way to crown some champions out here. Jones carefully moving in, and he's gone. Let's see what he does. Red by 3 thou, and he goes 458 with a 1. See what that will do in the lane choice game for round two. He will be up against either Deshaun Wheeler or Rob Honeycutt. And here we go. Mike Ostrowski and Wade Cherry. Your first pair of action on the racetrack. Wade Cherry out of North Carolina and Ostrowski. Division I racer. Bring them in on those starting line rev limiters. Ostrowski, reaction time advantage, and the wind light, 468. Something amiss. You could hear the miss on Wade Cherry's machine, and a 495 just did not cut it. Pair up, Lowry Callahan and Rock Sanders. Rock with lane choice, he out-qualified Lowry. Suzuki right lane, Kawasaki left lane. Looking for that magic 4600 with a perfect reaction time, so it does not even matter what the other lane does. Lights a pair. Oh, looky there, looky there. 462 with a 3. 462 with a 3. Lowry Callahan marching on. And he did that with a 008 light. Rock Sanders was nearly 600ths behind that. He had to go 457. Callahan turning the light on, so you know what that means. Rob Honeycutt, the Superman, against national champion Deshaun Wheeler. Wheeler's in. Honeycutt's in. Oh, Wheeler turns it red. Automatic victory. Honeycutt moving on to round 2, 464. Deshaun Wheeler 0.22 red with a 4:59.7. Rob Honeycutt moves on to round 2. And we have our first pair of round 2, and that will be Rashad Jones and Rob Honeycutt. Rob Honeycutt holding lane choice. Morris Ball, left side. Mike Wagner, right side. Alabama versus Missouri here in South Carolina. Welder earlier. Do they have it fixed up? It sure looks like it. Morris Ball taking the dub. Ball 471. Mike Wagner well off pace, very uncharacteristic. Mike Wagner 487. You don't see that often. They were great on the tree. Morris Ball 02 to Wagner's 03. But Ball marches on 471. Joe Procopio, that's Uncle Joe to you. He's up against Michael Wheeler Jr. North Carolina and Kentucky represented in this pair. They're tough racers right here. Good drag race. Look at that, 458s a pair. Procopio, 2,000ths less painful than Wheeler's. 458.4, getting the better of the 458.2. Wheeler outstanding on the tree, 02. Procopio right there with an 03. It is Procopio marching on. Pair of mics here. This is not the Mike and Mike show in the morning. Mike Murphy out of Tennessee. Mike Teahan out of North Carolina. Busa Power, right lane, out of Rob Bush Motorsports. Murphy, left side. Oh, looks like nobody wants to go in on this one. Teahan goes in. Murphy's in. Green light. Oh, what a drag race. What a race. Murphy with the reaction time advantage by 100th. And he goes 461. Mike Teahan went 459 with a 7. He had to do it to make up the reaction time. Turn the light on by 8 thou. But he broke out. Mike Murphy moving on. Great drag race. Murphy will carry lane choice over Morris Ball. Joe Rodney next up right lane. Scott Samish left side. I guess it may actually be another pair of Kawasaki's running together right here.
Samich definitely on a Kawasaki. And it is Samish. Oh, Samish, you got as lucky as you can get. You burned up your luck right there. Samish with the reaction time advantage. Joe Rodney with trouble.
Ran well off the dial-in, and Samish goes 4600. 4600, he turned the light on by 0.6 of a second. If he'd have gone 1,000th quicker, he'd have lost. Scott Samish moving on to second round. Ronnie Procopio and Heather Baldy. Heather's first event out here in 460, and what a drag race. Heather Baldy welds Mr. 460. 460 with a 2 for Baldy off an 028 light. Ronnie Procopio 460 with a 7 off an 027. He's got to say, what do I have to do to win a round? Heather Baldy says you'll have to do more than that. Heather Baldy collecting another $10,000 bonus out of the Schwartz Law Group for that outstanding round 1 win. And she will have lane choice over Mike Ostrowski in the second round of competition. Mantez Thompson Sr., left side. Tyrone Lemons, who reported broke in Fast by Gas Pro Mod. He's back in action out here in 460, and it is green lights, a pair, and great lights. What a drag race. Unbelievable. How'd you like to be 011 and be second off the line? Tyrone Lemons, 004 and a 456.9. Mantez Thompson did everything he could to win that race. He turned the light on by 8th thou, but he had to go 455 to do it, and that spelled defeat. Tyrone Lemons advances on. And he has Scott Samish in the second round. Samish with his 4600 has lane choice. Got Harvey Hubbard going down there. He had the opponent broke single. Barry Harvey, unfortunately, not able to make the call on his turbo. Harvey Hubbard goes 458 with a 5. He will not get lane choice next round against Lowry Callahan. Callahan taking lane choice. Jones, your #1 qualifier here in Hollywood. Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460. Jeff Jones on his legal bye. ET Riders, let's get them to the lanes and see Broderick Jackson for your chip pull pairings. See Broderick Jackson for chip pull pairings. V-twin, you'll run first. Street ET behind it. And OET to finish it up. And Jones goes 465 with a 9. He will have lane choice. Jones, lane choice over Joe Procopio. Heather Baldy, lane choice over Mike Ostrowski. Mike Murphy, lane choice over Morris Ball. Lowry Callahan, lane choice over Harvey Hubbard. Rob Honeycutt, lane choice over Rashad Jones. Scott Samish, lane choice over Tyrone Lemons. That's your round 2 pairings for 460. They'll be coming up in the not too distant future, but next on the racetrack will be our ET riders. B-twin ET riders, you got 6 of them. See Broderick Jackson for pairings. Before that, Pro Open is going to take the track, and this is a final. Robinson Industries Pro Open. You've got Rich Holder on the Mighty Mouse against defending national champion Rob Giard on the big turbo Kawasaki. Industries Pro Open final right here. Rich Holder on the Mighty Mouse taking on your #1 qualifier, and he's taking on defending national champion Rob Giard on the big turbo Kawasaki. B-20T, 6 riders. Let's see Broderick Jackson for the chip draw and pairings. Street ET, there'll be chip draw for 9 pairs, and Stanley Russell has the bye. Pro ET, chip draw for 7 pairs. See Broderick Jackson for those. They're in. Oh, it's a great drag race. The turbo moving on them. Give it to Giard, 5:07 with a 009 light. What a drag race. Rob Giard wins it on a hole shot. He bests the 5:02 by Holder. Holder doing everything he could just to keep the bike in his own lane. Give that win to Rob Giard, your champion in Robinson Industries Pro Open. He had a 009 reaction time. Holder was quicker to 60, quicker by a bunch to 330, but then the turbo started a motor. Had him by 10 mile an hour at the 8th mile. Margin of victory was .014. What a drag race. David and Goliath right there, and Goliath prevailed. ET riders. Broderick Jackson will have your chip draw pairs. There's only one bye run, and that's Stanley Russell in Street ET. give it to bike number 48. Taking out Larry Berger in that first round. Second round action, elimination round, excuse me. Kevin Jones moving on to the third round. Larry Berger, unfortunately, having trouble with his V-rod all week, struggling to find the setup. Paul Apple, he's taking on Jimmy Smith. And it is Apple sending Smith home. 643 on a 633. Uh-oh. 624 on a 625, so you know what that means. And the next pair, Greg Rolls. He is taking on Stacy Smith. Just saw his pops lose that round. Ahead of him. See what Stacy's got. Stacy dialed 781. And Rolls dialed 1553. Green lights. This is a drag race right here. Smith for the victory, 799 on a 781 dial. Chris Rolls breaking out extensively, 741 on a 760. Huge reaction time disadvantage, could not overcome that. So, we've got three V-twins marching on. Three V-twin riders marching on. Ultra Sportsman for round 2 action. Ultra Sportsman can bring him to lane number 4 for your pairings. Ultra Sportsman, lane number 4. And those pairs are Blake and Horta. Blake with lane choice. Johnson and Markham. Markham with lane choice. Stanley Russell and Mantez Thompson Jr. Mantez Thompson Jr. with lane choice. Those remaining riders right there need to get them to lane 4 for the second round action of J2 Connect. Ultra Sportsman. Next on racetrack will be Voodoo Custom Street ET. Be sure to look to Voodoo Customs for all of your exhaust system needs. They make some really, really cool pipes up there in Ohio. For most all of the sport bike applications, they've got billet parts. Check out Voodoo Customs online. Pro ET, you should be in your lane. Pro ET, riders should be in your lane. That is lane 6. See Broderick Jackson for the chip draw. We got 7 pairs of Pro ET riders. It's going to be a chip draw to see who's running who. Pro ET to lane 6. I need Chris Rolls. Chris Rolls to the lanes. You're the only Street ET rider we're missing. And we're about ready to roll, Street ET. again, Pro ET riders, Pro ET riders. Hard times, parts and service. Pro ET riders should be in your lane number 6 for the chip draw. Find out who your dancing partner is gonna be. Street ET is locked and loaded, with the possible exception of Chris Rolls. Chris, if you're not there, you need to be. Voodoo Custom Street ET. This is second round action. John Loney on the venerable Honda 750 left lane. CJ Mims ZX14 power. Green lights a pair. 565 on a 559 dial-in. CJ Mims taking the better of that pair. John Loney went a 660 on his 650 dial-in in a losing effort. Chris Rolls, the aforementioned Chris Rolls, is up. And he's got John Markham in this second round action. 619 dial for Rolls, 605 for Markham. Great little drag race right here. Reaction time advantage was to Markham. And he wins it. 6:04 breaking out on a 6:05. Rolls further under 6:14 on a 6:19. Barry Purnell. Left side out of North Carolina, Don Horta. Out of Exoticycle down in West Central Florida. Don Horta dial 592, Barry dial to 582. Very carefully moving in. Horta turns it red, 037. His day is done. Barry Purnell, 072 on the tree. 587 on a 582. Don Horta cut it off early, 608 at only 100 mile per hour. Barry Purnell moving on to that next round. Roscoe Brown, Captain Chaos on his ZX14. In the right lane, he's dialed 640. Roscoe Brown and Bernard Gilbert. Green lights a pair. And it is Roscoe prevailing. 642 on a 640, moving on. Vernon with Man Cup. Vernon with Manufacturer's Cup to the head of staging. Please see Ryan. Vernon, please see Ryan at the head of staging. We're currently in Voodoo Custom Street ET. That was a great pair right there. Captain Chaos moving on, 642 at 116 mile per hour. He had the reaction time advantage over Bernard Gilbert. Ran 2 off his dial and spelled a victory. Bernard unable to run the number, goes 544 and is 537. Captain Chaos took that win light by a chunk. Pair moving to the puddle. Evan Yost, right lane. And Reed Harper, Taylor Harper. There's another second generation out of the Harper family this time. coming down from West Virginia. This is a pair of second generation racers right here. Ohio versus West Virginia. Yost dialed 560, Harper dialed 660. Yost is going to be a little upset with himself. 566 on a 560 dial, and he throws it away with a red light. Reed Harper moving on. He goes 681 on a 660, and he moves on to round number 3. Eric Yost next up, left side. Javante Jones, right lane, he's down to 625, Javante is. Eric Yost coming after him with a 564. Green lights, finish line says Javante Jones, huge reaction time advantage, and he made him pay. Jones moving on, 633 on a 625. Eric Yost, both Yosts are out in Street ET, goes 562 on a 564 and did not get there first, so you know what that means. Wardell, the 10-man Pinckney, left side. And Armory Burnett, the 10-man, takes the victory. Red light start in the right lane is 792 on a 777, goes to waste. The 10-man 571 on a 578. Greg Crawford next up. Left side, Kevin Jones on a Kawasaki entry, left side. Jones in the right lane, excuse me, Crawford, left lane, Crawford goes red. And his day is done in Voodoo Custom Street ET, wasting a 661 on a 651. Jones moving on through there, 682 on a 605 dial-in. Greg rolls, right lane. He is going to be up against Scotty Samish. Scotty on a ZX14, rolls on a SV Suzuki. It's going to be an SV 650. Oh, look at that. Samish goes red by 1,000. His day is over. Rolls moving on to round 3, 772 on a 740 dial. And Samish's 604 on a 570 goes to waste on a 001 red, just that close. And your legal buy run is Big Stan. Stanley Russell on his Suzuki Hayabusa, and he's dialed a 604. Stan's not out on a cruise, he's out fishing. He's not out fishing, he's painting cars. Captain Chaos signing autographs down there for the fans. He's excited, moving on to round 3. Stanley 613 on a 604. You'll want to tighten that up in round 3. So that is the end of Street ET as we know it in round 2. There will be an even 10 bikes back for round 3 of Street ET. So that'll be 5 pair, no by run. B-Twin will have 3 bikes back, and that'll be a chip draw to determine who's racing who. And we're about ready to get into Pro ET action right here. Ultra Sportsman riders, please, to lane number 4. And it's not too early to have my MTC Engineering Super Comp riders returning for round 2. You bring them to lane 5 and find out your pairings for the next round. You'll be up after Ultra Sportsman. And in that Super Comp, Eric Yost will have lane choice over Bernard Gilbert. Alan Fields, lane choice over Cedric Mingo. Keith Drennan, lane choice over John Loney. Scott DeLong, lane choice over Ryland Rowe. Harvey Hubbard with lane choice over Santi Rodriguez Jr. Michael Smith, lane choice over John Markham. 6 pair of riders left in competition at this point in Super Comp. We're whittling them down. Gonna see who's gonna take home the hardware and the cabbage from this 190 Hookup.com Nationals here at beautiful Darlington Dragway. Once again, official event shirts are in very limited supplies at the registration trailer. See Nicole and her smiling face for whatever size you need or your buddies need at home. Grab you an official event souvenir t-shirt from here at Rockingham Darlington Dragway and the 190 Hookup.com Nationals. And the rumble in the pipe means Hard Times Parts and Service, Top Gas, is making their way to the puddle, and your first pair is going to be DeLong and Blake. DeLong's down to 558, Blake down to 6 flat. Ronald Blake, he's on a 2008 Kawasaki ZX14. Scott DeLong's weapon of choice is I believe that's a Kawasaki ZX12 based engine. DeLong with an affliction for those ZX12s. Has made them work out here at Manufacturers Cup. Green lights. Good drag race right here. DeLong overcomes it. 557 takes the victory. Blake, 598. Blake was 001 on the right, Joe Procopio left side and Frank Loney right side. Pro ET, you're on verge of missing your round. Loney turns it red. Procopio marches on. Joe Procopio moving on, 5:13 on a 5:12 dial-in. Locked and loaded. Rylan Rowe down to 5:63 and John Markham down to 5:61. Be a good little drag race right here. Wow. Green light. Win 5:63 for Markham. Rowe 5:66 off his dial-in. Rowe was 0:23 and he was second off the line. Markham 006. Dave Young next up. He's in the left lane, and that's Don Horta back in action. Horta in Pro ET versus Young. Young dialed 548, Horta 592, and he goes red by 600ths. Game over for Horta in Pro ET. Young 546 on a 548 to advance. Next pair. Rider missing in Pro ET is now on a 1 minute call. 1 minute call for the rider missing in Pro ET. Eric Yost next up. Left side dialed 560. Rob Honeycutt, the Superman, dialed 490. Honeycutt 490 dial. Good drag race. Look at him go. 559 double breakout. It is Yost. Honeycutt, the worst of the breakout. He goes 488. He goes 2 under. Yost was 1 under. Honeycutt had 100th reaction time advantage, but just broke out. Eric Yost moving on. Ronnie Procopio riding his better half spike, 509. Dial Dwayne Schmidt Jr. dial 573. Schmidt goes red by 8 thou. Procopio marches on. He goes 510 on that 509 at 136 mile per hour. Dwayne Schmidt Jr.'s day comes to an end. All right. Appears that Rylan Rowe is going to be the benefactor of an opponent broke single here. This is an opponent broke single, not a legal buy run. We had 14 riders scheduled to be coming back, and someone did not make that call. So this is an opponent broke single, put him on the clock 3 minutes ago for 1 minute. We gave him 3. Unfortunately, that rider unable to make the call. Rashad Rowe dialed at 5:10. Ultra Sportsman riders, please get them into lane number 4 for your pairings. Not many to pair up. MTC Engineering Super Comp, let's get them to 5, please. MTC Engineering Super Comp, let's get them to 5. Find your dancing partner and let's keep it moving. Riders doing a great job. Racetrack staff doing a great job. The Man Cup staff doing a great job. Working to crown some champions. We're well on our way. Rashad Rowe dialed a 5:10. He puts it down at 0:05 on the tree. And he goes to 5:04. He's loaded. 136 mile per hour. That puts a period on Pro ET. All right, we're getting the J2 Connect Ultra Sportsman riders paired up. Behind that, we'll have MTC Engineering Super Comp, which will feature Eric Yost and Bernard Gilbert as a pair. Alan Fields and George and Cedric Mingo as a pair. John Loney and Keith Drennan will pair up. Rylan Rowe and Scott DeLong will pair up. Seti Rodriguez Jr. and Harvey Hubbard will be a pair. John Markham and Michael Smith. 6 pair in Super Comp. Four 60 riders remaining for round number 2. 460 riders remaining for round number 2. I'm going to want you to make your way to lane 7 for pairing. We need to get you 460 riders down and through there. 460 riders, let's get you back to lane 7 for this round only. 460 to lane number 7, this round only. There are 6 pair of you. I'd like to get all 6 of those pairs over to lane 7. As soon as we have you, we will run you. We need to knock that category down a round. And Ultra Sportsman is moving to the puddle, which means if you are paired in Super Comp, you can bring it under the tower, pair it up. And if you're in Super Comp and you're not in the lanes, you're now on the clock. We got 3 pair here in Ultra Sportsman, 6 pair in Super Comp, and 3 pair in Top Gas. 460, please bring them to lane 7. Remaining riders in 460 to lane 7 for pairings. 460 to lane number 7 for pairings. Let's get you guys up here. We got to get you down and through another round. Let's take advantage of these outstanding conditions while we have them. But first up, J Squared Ultra Sportsman 6 flat index, 600. See who's got what for who here. Spencer Johnson's going to be in the right lane. He's got John Markham in the left lane. Markham has lane choice in this pair, and he has opted for the left lane. Markham's in, and he went deep. Johnson's in that red light. Markham pushed it. He goes 006 red, and he is out. Oh, Spencer Johnson was ready for it. He was sharp on the tree, and he goes 606. John Markham's day is over in J Squared Connect Ultra Sportsman. Montez Thompson Jr. and Stanley Russell. Big pair right here. Montez with lane choice. Green lights, good drag race here. 605, give it to Montez Jr. They were both 04 on the tree. Stanley not running the number, his 613 a bit off, very uncharacteristic. Montez Thompson Jr. moves on, and he has lane choice over Spencer Johnson. Don Horta, right lane. And Blake in the left lane. Ronald Blake. Horta taking the dub, 604, besting a 601. So you know what that means. And Don Horta carries the bye into the final. Horta advances to the final via the legal bye run in the semifinals. It will be Spencer Johnson and Montez Thompson Jr. battling it out next round for an opportunity to face Horta in the final. 460 riders, let's get them to lane number 7 for pairings. 460 riders, I need you to lane 7 for pairings. Super Comp riders, if you're not in the lane, you're officially late, in definite jeopardy of missing it altogether. Top gassers should be in your lane and pairing them up. See Broderick Jackson, he's got the ladder sheets. Top gas to lane 6, I need 460 to lane 7. We need to get you guys down through there. right, MTC Engineering Super Comp, we've got all the riders back, so they are going to be moving to the puddle. Round of 12 is going to skinny it down. First out, it's going to be Alan Fields, Cedric Bingo. 560 MTC Engineering Super Comp action. Top gas riders remaining in competition. We need you to your appropriate staging lane. And he's taking the left lane. Mingo in the right lane. Cedric Mingo. 573 in victory last round. Alan Fields went 570. Both riders pre-staged. Bingo's in, so's Fields. Uh-oh, Cedric with trouble off the line. Alan Fields. It is his race to win, and he did not disappoint. Alan Fields moving on. It's 574, taking the victory. Cedric Bingo off pace, 601. He had trouble right off the line. Reaction time advantage to Fields. Keith Drennan marching on with that old school Gixxer. And John Loney in the right lane. Clean start for both riders. Green lights. And oh, look at that one, 558. The lesser of two evils for Drennan. Moving on, John Loney, fives all the way across, 5.5555, and he broke out more for the loss. He did. Loney did have 100th in the bank on the reaction time, but he took a little too much stripe. Drennan was on. Rodriguez Jr. and Harvey Hubbard. Harvey Hubbard goes 0009 red. 0009 red, and he's going to be sour when he sees that slip. Santi Rodriguez Jr. was dead light at 092. He goes a 561 with a 0 all over the number, but he was definitely there for the taking. Based on his reaction time, but the red light ended Harvey Hubbard's day. Bernard Gilbert and Eric Yost. We just saw both Yost lose in ET, but they march on. Eric Yost 560 on a 560 dial-in. That's why he was the #1 qualifier. Bernard Gilbert gave it a shot at the tree. He went red. He went 561. He would have been tough to beat. Rylan Rowe and Scotty DeLong right here. It is DeLong's 561 getting the better of it. Both riders were 040 on the tree. You could throw a blanket over that one. DeLong moves on. He will carry lane choice over Drennan. .561 for Scott DeLong to move into the next round. Michael Smith and John Markham. Markham just went out in Ultra Sportsman. Smith actually with lane choice here over Markham. Michael's taking the left lane. And it is a green light race, the line says. Oh, look at that race right there. 560 with a 7, besting a 560 with a 1. Michael Smith was 034 off the tree, was sharp. But Markham was sharper at 020. 560 to 560, you don't get better than that. John Markham moving on. And Markham will have lane choice over Rodriguez. Copy. right, Top Gas is moving underneath the tower. They'll be next up by 460 riders. It's like they're well stacked in lane 5. If you're in 460 and you're not in lane 5, you're going to miss the round because we're running you right behind Top Gas. 460 riders. Stack them up in lane 5. Unfortunately, it looks like the bike in the right lane put down a little bit of fluid. We may have some track maintenance coming up just to keep that racing surface in the extremely great shape it's been all weekend long here at Darlington Dragway. A great big hats off to the entire staff here at Darlington Dragway, keeping that racing surface near perfect all day, every day. So Top Gas is what's on deck, and it's gonna be 460 right behind it. After 460, if we've got a Pro Mod final, let's push it up. Pro Mod final, you can run behind the 460 bikes. Going to be Terry Wynn versus Gerald Smith, your #1 qualifier on Black Ops. Smith declined his legal bye in the first round, so he gave up lane choice to win. Former champion carries lane choice into this final. Should be a barn burner. And the lights come on here at Darlington Dragway. We're gonna finish this one up tonight under the lights. 190hookup.com Nationals. Outstanding weather for the duration of the event. Outstanding racing surface and some outstanding racing out there as well. pulls the 460 champ Deshaun Wheeler 5:13, besting a 5:10. So, you know what that means. Smith 0-1-3 on the tree. Wheeler very uncharacteristic 0-99, and he paid for it. Chris Smith had a bunch to give still. He moves on. 460 riders, you're next up. I need my final round in Pro Mod. Let's get you guys together. Next pair, George Jones, left side, Richard Holder on Mighty Mouse. He almost did it in Robinson Industries Pro Open. And let's see if he can get by Mr. Jones. Rich Holder, right side, Suzuki Power. They're in. Oh, trouble off the line for Holder. And that is a defeat. Rich Holder off pace. Something not right with that bike. 5:30 for George Jones. Jones with the reaction time advantage. He moves on. Heather Baldy next up, and that is Rashad Rowe. Lights are on. Very alertly, the track staff. Got a rider on track, but nearly clear. Very nearly clear. And just that quick, he's clear. They're moving him in. Baldy's in. Rowe is in. Rowe goes red. 006 red light. 5:15 for Baldy. Rowe goes a 5:07, but wasted on a red light. 006 red. That's a pink one. Heather Baldy marching on here, your national champion, showing why she is that. Continuing to get into the pocketbook of the counselor each round. Big bonuses paid. Heather Baldy moving on. She's going to take on your #1 qualifier, Chris Smith. Smith has lane choice in that semifinal pairing. And Mr. Jones has the legal bye run. He will walk into the final, and he will face the winner of the Smith-Baldy pair for all the marbles in Schwartz Law Group Top Gas. And here we go. 460s moving to the puddle. ET riders, let's bring them back to the lanes, please. ET riders, V-twin to lane 4. Street ET to lane 5, Pro ET to lane 6. See Broderick Jackson for your chip draw. ET riders, you're going to be next up after 460. V-twin out of 4, Street ET out of 5, and Pro ET out of 6. See Broderick Jackson for the chip draw. Tyrone Lemons next up. This is 460 action, and he's up against Scott Samish. Scotty Samish and Tyrone Lemons. Samish is 4.6.00. Earned him lane choice. Tyrone Lemons right side. Green lights a pair. Outstanding drag race, and it is Samish. Breakout for Lemons. Samish moving on. Lemons had the reaction time advantage, but could not play the finish line. Scotty Samish. Tyrone Lemons had 4 in the bank. He's not going to be thrilled. 4.62. Moving on for Samish. Next pair up, Robbie Superman Honeycutt. He's got lane choice over Rashad Jones here. Honeycutt taking the left side of the racetrack. Gone. Like a rocket ship, both bikes out of there. Oh my goodness, 4.63 with a 6. Honeycutt moves on. Rashad Jones is going to be hating life. Rashad Jones had 3.5 on the tree. He was 005. He goes 4.5998. 2/10 thou from perfect. Just took way too much stripe. Robbie Honeycutt moving on to the next round. And he faces off with Scott Samish. Samish lane choice. Mike Murphy and Morris Ball. Ball right side, Murphy left side. Murphy having the lane choice in this pair. They're in. And they're gone. Something with trouble. Give it the ball. It was Murphy with trouble. Murphy had a full 6+ on the tree. Unfortunately, not able to make a full pull. Morris Ball in the time, moving on. Next pair up going to be your #1 qualifier, Jeff Jones. He will be in the left lane. Joe Procopio, right lane. Procopio. Procopio turns it red by 9/10 thousandths. Wow. Joe Procopio's going to be hurting on that one. He goes 0-0-0-9 red. 460 with a 2 wasted in the loss. Number 1 qualifier Jeff Jones marches on. He was on the tree himself, 0-1-2. He goes 463 with a 0. Callahan next up, and Harvey Hubbard. Callahan lane choice. Hubbard goes red. Callahan marches on. Lowry Callahan 460 with a 3, showing him how to get it done. He will take lane choice over Morris Ball in the next round with a battle of Kawasaki's. Ostrowski, left side, Heather Baldy in the right lane. Baldy, lane choice, taking the right lane. They're moving him in. Green lights, and it is all, and I mean all, Ostrowski in this one. Heather missed the tree completely. And Mike Ostrowski was 0-0-0-6 green. He was locked and loaded. Mike Ostrowski moving on. Heather Baldy acquits herself very well in her very first outing in Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460. Ostrowski will not have lane choice over Jeff Jones. .460 riders, those 6 remaining .460 riders, you've got a 8 o'clock call up. 8 o'clock call up for your next round. ET Riders, you'll be next up. V-Twin ET, Street ET, and Pro ET. See Broderick Jackson for the chip draws. ET Riders, you're next up. V-Twin, Street ET, and Pro ET. ET action. We're looking for a spot in the next round. Barry Purnell left side on the world's quickest ZX9. He is taking on well, Perry lost. To Javante Jones. Next pair. That's Big Stanley in the right side. Bike number 84, CJ Pretty Boy Mims, left side. Stanley Russell dialed 607. CJ dialed 557. By just a tick. Mims moving on. Mims 560 on a 557. Stanley wasting a 608 on a 607. He was 018 red. CJ Mims moving on. Reed Harper right side. The Tint Man left side. Tint Man's out. One bike out of power, and the Tint Man ain't gonna lose that one. Tint Man 611 on the 571. Reed Harper with trouble. Reed had the reaction time advantage by a measurable amount, but something went off with the bike. Couldn't get it done, and we get Captain Chaos up next. Roscoe Brown, right lane. Greg Rolls in the left lane. This is a battle. Oh, give it to Roscoe. Captain Chaos, 650 on a 640, going rounds. Rolls, 781 on a 750. Both riders a bit off on the reaction time. That's Kevin Jones on a Kawasaki left side and John Markham, Suzuki Hayabusa right lane. Near identical dial-ins. Who moves first should win the race. Green lights. Finish line says Markham, 613. Markham powered through with a 007 reaction time. Markham for the victory. Off pace 622 off his 605. Kevin Jones unable to match up, and that is it for Voodoo Custom Street ET in this round. Pro Mod Final, let's bring it up. Let's work you guys up here. Let's get that over and done with. .460 bikes, your next round is a short 30 minutes away, so service them and get them up there before 8 o'clock. Let's knock that .460 category down around. Sportsman riders, let's get them back up in the lanes. Ultra Sportsman to 4, Super Comp to 5, and Top Gas to lane 6. Sportsman riders will be next on the highway. Beautiful Saturday night here in Darlington, South Carolina. Times Parts and Service. Pro ET will finish up this round of ET action. This upcoming round of J2 Connect Ultra Sportsman will feature Johnson versus Mantez Thompson Jr. Mantez holding the lane choice in that pair, and Don Horta walks into the final with the bye run. Don Horta has secured a spot in the final in that one. It'll be Johnson versus Thompson Jr. on the other side. MTC Engineering Super Comp will feature Eric Yost with lane choice over Alan Fields. Keith Drennan will take on Scott DeLong with lane choice in that pair. And John Markham carrying lane choice against Santi Rodriguez Jr. Some outstanding races coming up in the Sportsman ranks. And Top Gas action. The Schwartz Law Group Top Gas. George Jones walks into the final with a legal bye. Your #1 qualifier, Chris Smith, takes on reigning national champion Heather Baldy. Smith with lane choice in that pair. 460 riders, service them and get them back to the lanes. We need to get another round under our belt here with the 460 riders. But first, Pro ET action will be on the racetrack. Hard Times Parts and Service, located up in Tennessee, acquired MPS Racing last fall and hasn't looked back. MPS Racing has been absorbed by Hard Times Parts and Service, so they are still your source for the MPS product line. Missing 2 riders in Pro ET. Let's get them back. Hard Times Parts and Service is going to be on the roll to the puddle. First up is going to be Scott DeLong. He's going to be taking on Joe Procopio. DeLong 557 dial, Procopio 512. Ultra Sportsman semifinal. Ultra Sportsman semifinal. Let's get you riders, the 3 remaining riders. We'll get you back in the lanes. Remaining riders in Ultra Sportsman. Let's get them back to lane 5, Supercomp. Lane 5 preparing Ultra Sportsman to lane 4, excuse me. They're in. DeLong. Red light start. Scotty DeLong. Joe Procopio turned it red as well, but his turned green. Procopio well off pace, 528. DeLong 557 with a 1, but it was to no avail. That negative 018 light sends Joe Procopio moving on, and that will be a semifinal finish at worst for Procopio. Ronnie Procopio, legal buy run in this round of 7. He's going to run it and make a full pull. Oh, he was all over the tree. 509 on a 509. Woo. That is outstanding. He punches his ticket. That could possibly wind up being a Procopio semifinal. Rashad Rowe down 506. Next up, right lane, and Eric Yost down to 558 in the left lane. Yost gets to go first. Green light drag race. 513 on a 506, besting a 559 on a 558. So, you know what that means. Rashad Rowe was 007 on the tree, and he made Yost pay. Rashad Rowe has punched his ticket to the semifinals with the Flying Procopio Brothers show. Last ticket available is either going to be Markham or Young. The final round from last night's Gamblers race. Somehow Markham gets it done. 561 on a 560. He was dead late. Dave Young had 500s in the bank but couldn't run the number. John Markham moving on. So we got Markham, Procopio, and Rowe. That'll be your semifinal gladiators in Hard Times Parts and Service Pro ET. Sportsman Riders. is Ultra Sportsman. Don Horta will forego his bye run, so he automatically loses lane choice in the final. Will it be Johnson or Thompson? It's going to be his opponent. Thompson in, Johnson in. Pair of green lights and wonderful race here. Look at that. Wow, Johnson 6 flat with a 2. Mantez Thompson Jr. just off the dial. He had 100th in the bank on the tree, but he couldn't parlay that into a win. Congratulations, Johnson. Lane choice in the final. He will take on Don Horta for all the marbles. Next up, we've got the Fast by Gas Pro Mod final. I need my MTC Engineering Super Compers. I need Super Comp to the lanes. Is a Don Horta, Lonnie Johnson final in Ultra Sportsman coming up. Super Comp riders are looking for 6 of you. That would be Eric Yost. I know just went down in ET. Alan Fields. Keith Drennan, Scott DeLong, who also just went down in ET. Santi Rodriguez and John Markham, who just went down in ET. And we've got a Pro Mod final underneath the tower here at the 190hookup.com Nationals. This is going to be for all of the marbles in Pro Mod. Terry Wynn carries lane choice into that final. Gerald Smith on Black Ops, your #1 qualifier. Super Comp riders are going to be next up after Pro Mod and Top Gas riders. Let's get you riders back to the lanes, please. 460. You guys should be in your lane, pairing them up. I am looking for my 460 competitors for the next round. We need to catch you guys up. It's going to be Jeff Jones and Mike Ostrowski as a pair. Morris Ball and Lowry Callahan as a pair. And that is Robbie Honeycutt and Scott Samish. Those 6 remaining riders in 460. Let's get them serviced and turned around, please. Bring them back up to the lane. As soon as we got 6, we're going to run you. Super Comp riders, 6 remaining riders in Super Comp to be next on the racetrack after this Pro Mod final. Black Ops pushing it to the puddle. Terry Wynn already there. So here we go. Couple very angry motors right there. This is a Georgia-Florida battle. Florida right lane, Georgia left lane. Smitty, the decorated military, against the hardest working man in drag racing, former national champion Terry Wynn, right lane, under the Watch Palaya, Big Nate. They're in the pre-stage. Carefully gonna stage them up, make sure they don't choke out those motors. Smitty's worried about choking out. Uh-oh. Oh boy. Smitty's in. Wynn taking his time. And that is Smitty the whole way. Smitty for the dub. 431 taking out the 432. What a drag race. Smitty, reaction time advantage by 2 and ET by 1. Spells victory for Gerald Smith. Congratulations, the entire Smith team on Black Ops. Terry Wynn on your runner-up. .460 bikes, 460 bikes. I do need you in the lanes, please. 460, I need you in the lanes. Super Comp riders, you're going to be next on the racetrack. Let's get MTC Super Comp locked and loaded. Unmistakable rumble of a V-twin right there. You can't miss that rumble out of a V-twin. And just like that, I got my super compers at the ready line. First pair looks to be Eric Yost with lane choice over Alan Fields. My 3 remaining top gassers, you're next up. Chris Smith, Heather Baldy, and George Jones. Please make sure you're in the lanes, and I do need my remaining 6 riders in 460. Jeff Jones, Mike Ostrowski, Morris Ball, Lowry Callahan, Rob Honeycutt, and Scott Samish. Let's get it on. Super Comp, first up though. Manufacturer's Cup, Vernon to the head of staging, please. Vernon, head of staging, please. Check in at the head of staging. See Ryan at head of staging, please. Vernon with Manufacturer's Cup. Alan Fields, left side, #1 qualifier. Eric Yost in the right lane. Good little drag race right here. Pair of ZX14s, and it is your #1 qualifier going down 461. Alan Fields puts up a 5.6000. Zeros all the way across. He couldn't have been 1/10,000th quicker and won. Alan Fields marching on. I would venture a guess he will have lane choice next round. Next pair up, Keith Drennan getting it done on the old school Gixxer. Scotty DeLong, former national champion with Manufacturer's Cup. Right side. Green lights a pair. Finish line will tell us that it is DeLong, 565. Moving on. Keith Drennan, 560 with an 8, getting there second. So you know what that means. DeLong will face off with Fields in the semifinals. Fields carrying lane choice. Next up, we've got Santi Rodriguez Jr., your defending national champion. He's up against John Markham out of Kentucky. Both riders moving it in. Green lights again. This is a finish line race. And Markham takes it 564 flat, besting a 564. Markham had a bunch on the tree. John Markham, and with that victory, John Markham by run into the final. His ticket is punched. 460 riders, 460 riders. Let's get them back up. You have a white Chevy Silverado, tag number Larry Alpha James 1822. You left your lights on and the battery is dead. A white Silverado, tag number Larry Alpha Jeffrey 1822. You've left your lights on and the battery's dead. All right, my remaining ET riders, I need you to back to the lanes. That's going to be a V-twin ET final. I need you back to the lanes. Street ET, I got 5 bikes there. 5 bikes left in Street ET. Let's bring them back to your lane, please. Pro ET, I'm looking for 4 riders. ET riders should be next up. Let's get them in the lanes. It's a chip draw. See Broderick Jackson for the chip draw for this next round of ET action. Captain Chaos is already on the move. Manufacturers Cup, Vernon, please report to head of staging with Ryan. Manufacturers Cup, Vernon, please report to Ryan, head of staging. right, here we go. Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460. Quarter final round. First pair, the Kawasaki boys, Lowry Callahan. He's got lane choice over Morris Ball. Lowry went a 460 with a 3. He wants that left lane. Both riders carefully moving them in. Oh, red light start for Lowry Callahan. Morris Ball saves his best for this quarterfinal round. He goes a 461 with a 3. Morris Ball. Lowry Callahan was 0001 red, 1/10,000. Heartbreaker for Lowry, but Morris Ball was all over the tree, 024. Belted out a 461. He advances. Pair, Scott Samish, another Kawasaki, and Robbie Honeycutt, the Superman. Samish had lane choice. He wants a left lane. Oh, Honeycutt taking time to get in. Samish, Honeycutt. Honeycutt with the victory, 464. Honeycutt, 464. Scott Samish had seven on the tree, a full 7, and he broke out 457, just was too hot. And he took a lot of stripe down there. He's going to be kicking himself. But Superman been at this a long time, and he knows how to play that finish line. Robbie Honeycutt moving on. Number 1 qualifier, Jeff Jones, left lane. He has the lane choice over Michael Ostrowski. This is for an opportunity in the semifinal round. Wow, Jeff Jones, 459 with a 6, besting the 4.594 for Ostrowski. Ostrowski just 0.02 of a second quicker, but that spells defeat when you're breaking out. Jones with the reaction time advantage. Jeff Jones does not have lane choice against Morris Ball in the semifinal round. Morris Ball will have lane choice. Robbie Honeycutt, legal buy run, walks it into the final. semifinal round of 460. If those riders can get them back in a reasonable amount of time, we're going to have to run you in a semifinal fashion, then a final, trying to make sure we give you as best of a racetrack as we can. ET riders, let's get them back to lanes for your chip draw. See Broderick Jackson. Here we go. Schwartz Law Group, top gas action. This one's for a spot in the final. National champion Heather Baldy, right side, coming across from Missouri. Chris Smith, the X-Man, like X153. He put it on the pole Friday night in the first session and never looked back. One of these two riders will punch their ticket into the final. Mr. Jones is going to make his high run. Green lights a pair. Finish line will tell you that it is the champ. Heather Baldy, 5:12 with an 8, besting the 5:12 with a 5 by Chris Smith. So you do know what that means. Heather was 030, Chris Smith 075, and she made him pay. And it looks like Chick Jones is going to take his legal bye run. Tune-up pass. He's not taking anything for granted. He's going to run the champ. When Mr. Jones looks up to it, he has waded through this field equally as well. It will be a Jones-Baldy final in the Schwartz Law Group Top Gas. B-Twin Riders, you're at a final. Street ET. Broderick Jackson for your chip draw, and Pro ET Riders, same thing. ET categories are next up. Jones carefully moving in. He's away clean with a good reaction time. 5:19, a bit off pace. He will not have lane choice in the final. That will go to Heather Baldy. Lane choice in the final for Heather over Chick Jones. B-Twin final. Here we go. Another category will crown a champion. Stacy Smith, right lane, is going to be taking on Paul Lapel. Paul on a 2016 Harley Davidson. Stacy on his trusty 2005 Harley Sportster. Stacy a 781 dial-in. Lapel much quicker at a 633. He's going to have to wait patiently. Smith gets to go first. Got the entire Smith cheering group here. They're looking for a dub. Paul Apel is going to have something to say about that. No, he won't. Win for Smith. Apel goes red. Smith takes the win, 792 on a 781. Congratulations to Stacy Smith taking the win on his Harley Sportster. Red light start in the left lane spelled defeat. Street ET moving to the ready line. Tint Man moving on. He finally put an end to Captain Chaos's day. Tint Man moving on to the next round. Javante Jones, legal bye. Four 60 riders, I do need you back to the lanes, please. Let's knock out that semifinal round for you. Try to get you guys through while we can maintain as much heat in the racetrack as we can. It's to your benefit to service them and get back. Jones on the legal bye run, he dials 628. Belts out at 630, he is ready. semifinal action in hard times, parts and service. OET. 4 left. And let's put a capital H on that heavy hitter. Shad Rowe, left lane out of Kentucky on a Kawasaki. Ronnie Procopio aside his wife's ride in the right lane. 5-0s a pair. 509 for Procopio, 505 for Rowe. Green lights a pair, and it is a race. Procopio 2 under, taking the W. Rowe 3 under. Rashad had nearly 300s on the tree, but could not put that into a W. He goes 3 under. Procopio 2 under. Ronnie Procopio, he's in the final. Will he face his cousin, uncle, Big Joe Procopio? Or will it be John Markham? Markham's been hot. Markham down 560, Procopio 514, they're in. Green lights a pair, it's a drag race, and it is Procopio, and Procopio, all Procopio final, and that one's gonna sting Markham. It will sting. He had 6 full hundreds on the tree. He broke out by 5 thou. 559 with a 5 on that 560. He took a ton of stripe, 085, just how good the conditions are out here, making it so tough to dial these bikes in. That will be an all Procopio final round. Ronnie and Joe tearing it up. 460 riders, let's get them back. Semi-final rounds of 460 and Super Comp are needed back to the lanes. John Markham carrying the bye run in Super Comp action. Alan Fields will take on Scott DeLong. We need to move that show on to bring that to a final. Once again, 460. Jeff Jones and Morris Ball will battle it out for a shot at Honeycutt, who's got the bye into the final. Need to knock that down to a final, please. Final round action is already lined up for the Schwartz Law Group Top Gas. It's going to be Heather Baldy and Chick Jones. soon as those two riders are ready, let's get them up here and knock it out. Ultra Sportsman Final is Don Horta and Lonnie Johnson. Johnson carrying lane choice in that one. Win and come back. Pretty simple math there. Little track maintenance going on to keep that racetrack in killer condition as they have all weekend long for you here at Darlington Dragway. And once again, very limited quantities of the official event t-shirt may still be available at the registration trailer. Stop by and see Nicole. She may have a few remaining official event t-shirts there for you. J squared, final round. Here we go. Don Horta, Lonnie Johnson for all the marbles. 460 riders, please, let's get them up. Get this semifinal out of the way. Same thing with Supercomp. Semifinal. Those are the only two categories we need our semifinal knocked out. Johnson, right lane. Horta coming up from Florida, left lane. Top gas, we've got a final locked up in that one. And we're getting ready to put a period on Ultra Sportsman right here. Horta or Johnson. Johnson, lane choice, and he took the right lane. Horta's in deep, and they're green. Green light drag race finish line will tell you, oh, D-Mac Horta stole it. Horta stole that. He robbed him. Johnson had 800s on the tree, 8 full hundreds. He breaks out by 8 thou. That one's gonna sting. Congratulations, Don Horta, his 602 to the good. He wins the event. Don Horta, your champion. Johnson, the runner-up. What a drag race there. Spencer Johnson, excuse me, was not Lonnie Johnson, it's Spencer Johnson. What a drag race that was. Ooh, Spencer's not gonna like that ticket when he sees it. It's gonna hurt. But all in all, a great effort by Spencer Johnson, but Don Horta, your champion, takes it home to Exoticite. All riders, let's service them and get them back up in the lanes, please. Let's put a period on this while we've still got some heat in the racetrack. It is to your advantage to get them serviced and up here. Like Honeycutt's going to make a full pull. He wants to get some additional data, get himself set up for the final round. Will he face off against #1 qualifier Jeff Jones or Morris Ball on the Kawasaki? Morris, a trouble-plagued qualifying effort, finally put it together here in eliminations after finding a broken shift lever. Thus the call earlier for the welder. The welder rescued him, and he finds himself on the verge of potentially a final round berth. Standing in his way is Jeff Jones, #1 qualifier in the field. Jeff's been away for quite a while, and he has not missed a beat. Bikes are running. There are big burnouts right there. Robbie Honeycutt pushing up. He's going to be very diligently looking at what's going on in front of him. He is a veteran of the 460 wars dating back to the beginning. Also runs Elite 460 series very successfully. To see Robbie incorporate an Elite 460 event into a Man Cup event moving forward. But right now he walks into the final. Morris Ball right side, Jeff Jones left lane. Jones in, Ball in. Green lights. Oh, near perfect. Morris Ball was 007 on the tree and he welds him with a 460 with an 8. Jeff Jones, 461 right there, but Morris Ball had 3 and change on the tree. Morris Ball moving on. Robbie Honeycutt just taking the tree. He didn't have to do that here at Man Cup. We just send you down to first base. You don't have to throw 4 pitches anymore. Honeycutt will give up lane choice in the final. Morris Ball will carry lane choice into the final. Well, we know Rob Honeycutt's ready for the final. As soon as Morris Ball can service that Kawasaki and get it back up here, we'll run that Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460 final. Super comp, I need you guys in the puddle. It's a semifinal round there too. Fields and DeLong, Markham, you have the bye. But first, the Schwartz Law Group Top Gas Final is going to be coming up. National champion Heather Baldy. She has lane choice and has chose the right lane. Chick Jones, he legged it through on his bye run. Get himself some additional data. And he'll be in the left lane. Baldy and Jones. We know. Class sponsor. The counselor, Kenny Schwartz himself, out at the Schwartz Legal Empire in Missouri, is tuned in. Will it be the champ, Heather Baldy, or the local favorite, Chick Jones? Who's got it? Will be mere seconds before we know who's holding the 190 hookup.com iron and cabbage and who's not. Jones is in, Baldy's in, they are away. 5:23 for a victory in the right lane. Congratulations, Heather Baldy, on your win. Chick Jones, 5:25. Baldy had 2 on the tree on him, and she showed them all why she's the champ out there. Congratulations again, Heather Baldy and Chick Jones, on your runner-up finish. I need my 3 remaining riders in Street ET. That's a semifinal as well. Street ET semifinals. Let's get that up into the lanes. Chip draw. See Broderick Jackson for that chip draw. Let's see who's going to be getting the bye and who's going to be racing. Semifinal in Voodoo Custom Street ET. I need those 3 remaining riders to the lanes, please. And once again, tomorrow morning, there was scheduled to be a non-denominational chapel service at the left-hand tower. Our chaplain, Santi Rodriguez, got it all prepared, and he is prepared to hold that. Any of the riders and the teams that are staying over in your motorhomes and travel trailers, if you would like to attend that tomorrow morning, just see Santi Rodriguez. He is an official MRO chaplain, does a great job with it, and he is prepared to be continuing to hold that non-denominational chapel service here at the racetrack tomorrow morning in the left side tower, not the control tower. Semi-final for Street ET is needed. And here we go. Here's the semi-final in Super Comp. One of these 2 riders, Alan Fields or Scott DeLong, is punching their ticket to the final for a shot at John Markham, who gets to sit back with a bye run. Markham has been running left and right, so chances are he knows what these conditions will give him. 560, the MTC Engineering Super Comp Index. Fields. Lane choice, and he chose that left lane. He's had a rabbit's foot over there. He went 560 with a 0 earlier. Green lights a pair. Good looking drag race right here. Fields, DeLong. It is DeLong's 562. Alan Fields got there first, but he had to go 5:57 to do it. Scott DeLong had a full 400s in the bank on the tree. He was 004. DeLong, showing why he was the champion in this category. DeLong's 5:62 with a 5. He moves into the final. It does appear that Markham will forego his bye run. DeLong, lane choice in the final. Pro ET, we're at a final, so if you're ready, let's roll them around. Street ET, that's a semifinal. I need to get you guys knocked down. 3 remaining riders in Street ET. I need you to the lanes, please. And word is there. We've got a Pro ET final moving to the puddle. Street ET, let's get them back. It is Procopio and Procopio for all the marbles here in Hard Times Parts and Service Pro ET. Joe Procopio, left lane. He's going to put it on the chip at a 514. Ronnie Procopio, left lane. Ronnie identifying Taminant there on the starting line. He's dialed a 507. Makes the necessary adjustment at the start line. Big Joe's got a 700s head start. We know a Procopio will win Hard Times Parts and Service Pro ET, but which one will it be? And we just found out that it'll be Ronnie. 506 on the 507 dial in, and he was locked and loaded. 010 on the tree. Congratulations, Ronnie Procopio, on your victory. Joe Procopio, 019 red, and he was 515 on his 514 in the runner-up effort, and all Procopio final. All riders remaining in all categories. Service them and return to the lanes. Street ET, you're a semifinal. Get them back. right, and the Darlington Dragway concession stand will be closing in 15 minutes, so if you want to get your grub on, head right down here in front of the timing tower. Darlington Dragway concession stand will be closing in 15 minutes. Semi-final action in Voodoo Custom Street ET. Javante Jones on his Kawasaki ZX-9. He won the battle of the ZX-9s. Taking it to Barry Purnell in the battle of the ZX-9s. And he's facing off against the Tint Man, Wardell Pinkney. ZX-14 power from Wardell, and it is Markham with the bye into the final. 628 the dial left side, 571 in the right lane. Green lights a pair. Finish line. It is Jones in a big way. He was 003. Wardell was a bit late, to say the least. 634 on a 628 with a football field of room as the margin down there. Javante Jones will be one half of the final against John Markham. Markham dialed a 603. Markham away clean. Oof, 603-0 on the 603 dial. Locked and loaded. Jones had the reaction time advantage. So if it is a final round lane choice based on reaction time, Jones will carry that over Markham. My 460 final. If you're not in the lanes, let's get up here. Let's get it going on. Take advantage of the track conditions while you have them. right, DeLong and Markham, let's get them up to the lanes, please. Super Comp final. Super Comp final. I need my 460 final. Honeycutt and Ball, let's get them on the racetrack while we still got the heat in the track. Super Comp final, please. Markham's bikes in the lanes. Let's get Scotty DeLong there and we'll get a show going. 460 riders, let's get it on. Take advantage of the heat that's left in the track while you can. Johnny Markham in 2 finals. He's got both machines in the lanes. He's ready to go. Rob Honeycutt pushing up. DeLong's yellow machine is there. So we can push that Super Comp final towards the puddle. It's going to be Scott DeLong with lane choice over John Markham in the MTC Engineering Super Comp final. Morris Ball having lane choice over Rob Honeycutt. right, Super Comp for all the marbles right here. And there we go. Super Comp final. Will it be DeLong or Markham right here? Scotty DeLong having an issue. Markham very patiently waiting for him. Take two, Super Comp final. DeLong up on a tire. Markham, burnouts are complete. 560 the index here. DeLong had lane choice and he took the right lane. DeLong, Markham. It is Markham. 563 with a 6 on that 560 index. Scott DeLong a tick quicker, 563 with a 1. John Markham had nearly 2 on the tree. John Markham, your Super Comp champion here at the 190hookup.com Nationals. All right, 460 final. Robbie Honeycutt and Morris Ball. You can roll it right on up, please. Move it on up. .460 final. Let's move them to the puddle, please. Street ET finals. Markham just went down the track. He's looking to take the W in another category. He's already got the Street ET machine in the lanes. All we need is his body to get back up here. And here you go, 460, final round. Morris Ball on the Kawasaki. Robbie Honeycutt. Both of these riders have sliced through the field on their respective halves of the ladder. And this is it. Morris Ball with lane choice, and he has taken the right lane. Rob Honeycutt. In the left-hand lane here. We got fire in the hole. All the marbles right here. Morris Ball. This is his first final that we know of with the Manufacturers Cup. Robbie Honeycutt with a good 30 years experience on him over in the left lane. Ball, right lane, Honeycutt, left lane. Alabama versus Maryland right here. Moving them in. Honeycutt for the victory. Honeycutt, turning that wind light on with a 460. 460 with a 9. Rob Honeycutt. Morris Ball, 458 with a 9. And it was Honeycutt who got there first, so you know what that means. Honeycutt was holding a full 2 on the reaction time. Congratulations, Rob Honeycutt, your champion in Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460. Voodoo Custom Street ET Final moving to the puddle. Voodoo Custom Street ET Final. Heading to the puddle. John Markham looking to take 2. Not 1 but 2 categories this weekend at the 190hookup.com Nationals. And he's got Javante Jones standing in his way. Javante's gonna get the hit. He's dialed a 628. Markham dialed a 603. Markham rolls it into pre-stage. Waiting on Jones, who's lit it as well. Markham stage, Jones stage. Red light start in the left lane. That was a doozy of a drag race. Oh, what a race. Javante Jones was 008 red, and he goes a 629 on his 628 dial-in in defeat. John Markham does wrestle home 2 victories. He was all over the tree himself. He was 0-1-2. He was ready to go. And it looks like he cut it off early with a 618. Congratulations, John Markham. 2 wins here at the 190hookup.com Nationals. Javante Jones, a fine job in the runner-up finish.